overall administration of the elections that are conducted in a country. And our aim is to ensure that everything is done transparently, fairly, and according to the Namibian laws, including its Electoral Act and Constitution. We do not interfere or make a decision. We simply observe and provide an honest report at the end of the processes.
And what criteria is it that you use to assess the credibility of the electoral process?
The criteria that we use to assess the credibility of the election is we look at several points, including whether the elections follow the rules set by the law, like the Electoral Act in that particular country, if voters have equal access to polling stations, if voting is done in a secure and a transparent way, whether all political parties and candidates have equal opportunities to campaign, and also if the election process is peaceful and free from intimidation and unfair influence.
And in your opinion, Tumelo, what are the key indicators of a free and fair election in Namibia? And was this your observation on Wednesday the 27th?
Well, the key indicators of a free and a fair election, especially when it comes to Namibia, like what we observed on the 27th of November, was that if everyone being able to vote without fear, without any intimidation, or without being forced to do so. And then the clear and the consistent voting procedures, like the opening and all procedures that are done. Those are some of the key indicators that we also look at, and that all votes being counted fairly, because we observe until the counting. And we also we observe the equal access to information for all voters. Like on Wednesday, the 27th, we observed that while the process was generally very peaceful, there were challenges of long queues, technical issues with the voting machines, and delays in some areas. Despite all this, most of the voters showed great patience and determination to vote. So those are the part of the indicators. Those are some of the indicators that we use to be able to observe and be able to come up with a clear report.
Could you share your initial impressions of the electoral environment in Namibia?
Well, when it comes to the impressions of the electoral environment in Namibia, I found that Namibia has a strong history of peaceful elections, and this year is no different to the previous elections. The environment has been largely calm. The voters have shown strong commitment to the democracy of Namibia. However, there were some logistic issues like delay, shortages, and malfunctioning equipment, which need improvement in future. I would say was largely calm.
Well, as you probably know by now, a directive has been taken to extend Namibia's elections to the 30th of November 2024. Your thoughts on this?
We have also observed and been made aware by the ECN, which communicates with us as observers about the extension. And that has been applied until the 30th of November. And my honest take is that extending the elections can ensure that everyone has a chance to vote, especially in the areas where delays occurred. I think it's a good practice to do that. However, it's important for the Electoral Commission to handle this extension very carefully, ensuring that security and fairness are maintained during these extra days.
Well, just lastly, Tumelo, how do you view the role of international observers in promoting, democratic processes, not only in Namibia but beyond?
How we view the international observers in promoting democratic processes in Namibia and beyond is that international players play a big role in strengthening democracy. We provide an independent perspective on the process and highlight areas for improvement. Our presence builds public confidence in the elections. It also encourages transparency and helps ensure that the elections reflect the will of the people, not just in Namibia, but in all other countries as well.
Well, thank you so much, Tumelo, for joining us this morning, taking time to talk to us. That was international observer and director of the African Center of Governance, sharing his sentiments on Namibia's elections. As we mentioned, we're at the Coalition Center at the Multipurpose Center in Mondesa, and it's quite active here today. We will be joining you again, of course, later, bringing you some more news and views and interviews from the Irongo region. But for now, it's back to the team in Windhoek.
Improve now a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you are determined.
But this is a struggle we have to conclude. We have to fight. We have to elect our own leaders. Just to keep peace, to keep stability, and to make sure that those that are leading us are performing.
You are determined to make sure you cast your vote.
I feel like it's important to have your voice heard, especially as you become an adult and you become informed within society. You must know that when you vote, you are going to be having your voice heard. Your choice is going to be immediately determining what's going to be happening within the country. So you have to take care and know that, okay, if I don't vote, then someone's making my decision for me. So that's why I feel like it's important to be here, to be in the queue, and to do your part.
I had a conversation with somebody today, and they said, look, it's not fair that people are registered for 2 or even more days, but they are only given 1 day to vote. Do you agree with that sentiment?
I agree very much with the sentiment. If you could maybe give us 2 days, understand, it will be very good. But we can change the rules and the regulations of the country. If anything stipulates that's how it must be done, then we just have to follow suit.
For staying tuned in on this live broadcast called Namibia Votes. And just before that, before we cross over to ECN, we had Nina Katangana just engaging one of the international observers. Of course, also the role that they play. You know, every election that takes place anywhere needs to meet international standards. And one of the roles and one of the criteria that an election needs to meet is to have observers from outside to ensure that the election process is indeed transparent. We'll now cross over to ECN, where Elago is on standby.
So you can't even go in.
at the Central Elections Result Center that is based at the ECN headquarters, and of course we are expecting results to start trickling in and to be announced by the Electoral Commission of Namibia. But in the meantime, Namibians who are registered who did not get a chance to vote on the 27th of November have the opportunity, and as we have seen also, are out to vote at the selected polling stations in the constituencies that have been made available by ECN.
And we've learned thus far that some Namibians have already cast their vote on this 29th day of November 2024.
Yes.
So while there are some hiccups, as reported by the teams across the country, we have also heard of reports where the process is indeed underway.
Yes, it is indeed underway, and we've also seen some Namibians expressing their happiness to being afforded the opportunity now to cast their votes, and those especially who experienced challenges that could not allow them to vote on Wednesday the 27th.
Elaka, we went into these elections knowing that more than half of the global population were scheduled to go to the polls this year. So it's been a significant year regarding elections for the entire planet, mostly. And Namibia is in fact one of the last countries on the planet, but also in Southern Africa, to head to the polls. And what is happening here is certainly of significance to the region. And when we mention the region, we're talking about the Southern African Development Community, but also the continent. And we see that in the media representation at these elections. We engaged some of our counterparts from South Africa during the course of this week, and the significance that it holds for them and for their viewers and for their audiences is quite remarkable, in this sense that on account of why it matters, it reflects in their approach to have presence here, and physical presence for that matter.
Yes, because man is not an island, and so is a country not only reliant on itself. So that's the presence, as you've indicated, of our various media personalities from different countries. I think it's because what is happening in Namibia does not only affect Namibia, but the SADC region, the whole continent, and the world at large, as we are dependent on each other.
Absolutely. And also being a child of international solidarity, Namibia also owes her democracy to global efforts to see to it that this is made possible ultimately.
Yes.
Now, as far as the results that will trickle in are concerned, we do know that the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia has that responsibility, has that job to, from a provisional result to a final result, endorse it.
Yeah.
And we need to bear in mind that even if we are witnessing results posted, uploaded outside a polling station by a presiding officer, that they are provisional until such time as the chairperson pronounces herself, Dr. Elsie Nkimbo. That doesn't mean that what you're seeing is necessarily incorrect. It certainly doesn't imply that there's something wrong with having posted results as they were counted on polling station level. It just means that they need to be moved to the collation center on constituency level, and across all the 121 constituencies in the country, they will be moved here to the Central Elections Results Center, where the chairperson has the responsibility to endorse them and make sure what you see is confirmed and is final.
That's indeed true. And for those of us who are, of course, eagerly awaiting these results and are not close to any polling station where these results are that have been currently released, you can keep up to date with the results that have been released by the polling stations on our social media pages. That is NBC Digital News on Facebook, Instagram, as well as X, as our colleagues have uploaded those available results from the various polling stations that have completed counting already.
Absolutely. We've also shared with you already that you can download an application, and you can also certainly visit a website, elections.na, if you want to keep abreast of results as they are formalized and finalized on constituency level, and see how your candidate of choice in terms of the presidential race is faring, and how your party of choice in terms of the National Assembly elections leg of these elections is faring.
Yes, Denver. Now, we will be bringing you a conversation with Dr. Victor Tonchi, who is the former chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia, really to just unpack the latest developments regarding the elections of the Presidential and National Assembly that Namibia is currently undertaking.
Dr. Tonchi is not without significance. He's a former chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. So he's seasoned in terms of this constitutional mandate to conduct, supervise and manage electoral processes. So it would be interesting to hear his nuanced sense, being one of the authorities on what we call elections in a short while.
Furthermore, we have also reached out to you via our platform that is called X on digital news, that is NBC Digital News. And what we are trying to do is just gauge your views on whether you are in support of the idea or the decision by the Electoral Commission of Namibia, which was endorsed by the President of Namibia, to extend voting to tomorrow, 9 p.m., that is the 30th of November. So please do engage us on our platform on X, that is NBC Digital News, and we will be bringing you those views and the results of the poll that we have posted.
We certainly want to hear what your views are. We certainly want to gauge your take on these matters as they unfold. The appeal remains, let's please engage each other respectfully. Do make your voice heard by all means, but let's just remember to engage one another respectfully when we engage on these platforms and in person. Ultimately, when this process is completed, Project Namibia must remain intact irrespective of our political affiliations, and we have to play our individual and collective part to ensure that that noble goal is indeed accomplished. And if you support the idea, it may also be good to have regard to why it is that you support it based on the information shared. Although we may also have opinions on certain matters, some of it is quite intricate. So I think it would be good to wait for formalization, wait for confirmation, wait for verification, and then you can also adjust and tweak your stance based on information at your disposal.
Well, those are the conversations and the social media updates that we will be bringing you shortly. Please stay with us.
As a Namibian citizen, it is very important to participate in the upcoming elections and to vote and to have a voice in terms of where the direction of the country should move into.
To get to grow up our country, yeah, to get a job, anything for the country, you see? Yeah, because suffering, yeah, we are suffering. We look at the job.
We have to vote because voting shapes our future, and whether it's economic growth, development, political wise, it's going to shape our future. And young people, let's go out there and vote for the right candidates. And yeah, man, let's hope that this brings change to us.
I feel like it's very vital for us as a youth to vote, because in the future we are the future generation and we are going to be there. So it's better starting off young so that when you're going to vote, we know what to do. And for voting, it comes by with power, shaping our future and responsibility again. So vote there, and like they say, you cannot complain if you cannot vote.
Better lives, better opportunities, and just a better lifestyle, you know. We want our country to grow and to develop, to benefit the Namibian citizen.
Some of us, we are attending interview, but we end up more than 2,000 for 30 posts. We want our government to stand up and go in the street to check how people are suffering.
As a Namibian citizen, it is very important to participate in the upcoming elections and to vote and to have a voice in terms of where the direction of the country should move into.
To get to grow up our country. Yeah, to get a job, anything for the country, you see. Yeah, because suffering, we are suffering. We look at the job.
We have to vote because voting shapes our future, and whether it's economic growth, development, political wise, it's going to shape our future. And young people, let's go out there and vote for the right candidates. And yeah, man, let's hope that this brings change to us.
I feel like it's very vital for us as a youth to vote because in the future we are the future generation and we are going to be there. So it's better starting off young so that when you're going to vote, we know what to do. And for voting, it comes by with power, shaping our future and responsibility again. So vote there, and like they say, you cannot complain if you cannot vote.
Better lives, better opportunities, and just a better lifestyle, you know. We want our country to grow and to develop, to benefit the Namibian citizen.
Some of us, we are attending interview, but we end up more than 2,000 for 30 posts. We want our government to stand up and go in the street to check how people are suffering.
Well, as we have indicated that we have posted a poll that is on the platform called X on our handle NBC Digital News, and the question we have asked is whether you are in support of the extension of voting. Many have voted, and we have a total of 178 votes, of which 72.5% have voted yes, meaning that they are in support of the extension of voting, and 27.5% have voted no to not being in support of the extension of voting. We also have a comment. We do have comments here where there is a comment from Waza 2024 who says that yes, they are in support of the extension, but it should not be selective of voting points. Well, those are the comments that we have, and this is the poll that we have up. Please engage us on our social media platforms. We have the same poll also on Facebook, that is on NBC Digital News, as well as X, and we will be sharing the views that you share with us right here at the ECN Results Center. So please stay tuned.
Welcome back. On your screen, you would have seen visuals of the Namibians turning up at the polls to cast their vote for the 2024 National Assembly and presidential elections. D-Day was Wednesday, but in the meantime, the Electoral Commission of Namibia has announced that polling will be extended to today and tomorrow. Here to help us understand these latest developments, but also what it takes to conduct an election, what the requirements are that need to be fulfilled, we are joined by a former chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia, Dr. Victor Tonshi. Greetings, Doctor, and welcome to this special broadcast.
Good morning.
Doctor, I believe we'll have to work our way back, starting with the latest developments, but then also understanding the mechanics that would have enabled us to be here and do what it is that needs to be done in accordance with the law, not only the statute, but certainly also the supreme law of the land, being the Namibian Constitution. In your capacity as a former chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia, knowing what the scope and magnitude entails of such a process, what is your take on the announcement that we heard last night?
It's really incredible that in 34 years we have not had anything like this. It's the first time. But we do understand, because the process is very rigorous, and also very complex sometimes. But these complexities are due to the manner in which we have allowed this process to be.
What does that statement mean, Doctor?
Yeah, what it means is we could have made the process much simpler by providing certain mechanisms which makes the voting and the voting more simple.
What would such mechanisms ordinarily be?
I think it's in the Local Authorities Act. There is a provision there which has never been implemented. I've not checked it. It's many years ago. Within the Local Authority Act, there was provision for ward system. But no one has been brave enough to implement the ward. Wards implies that there is only about maybe plus minus 500 people within that polling area. So, which means voters will be registered within those particular wards.
And may only vote within the ward.
Vote within the ward.
What would the difference be between implementing a ward system as per the Local Authority Acts that you just cited versus compelling voters in the National Assembly and presidential elections to vote in the constituency where they are ordinarily resident and where they would have registered to participate in the process?
That's right. The difference would be the lines will be shorter. The time for voting will be shorter, and there will be no issues of running around, voters running around from one polling station to another.
So what did you do in your capacity as a chairperson at the time to help us get closer to that ideal, as you're painting it for us this morning, that we haven't gotten to yet?
Well, given the circumstances that we don't have that ward system, or we don't have the legislation that compels voters to vote at one particular area.
But legislation is also not stagnant. One can advocate for it and have the legislature behave and act accordingly.
Definitely. But what we did was, in the past we had very few polling stations. And seeing these problems, we added more polling stations, more mobile polling stations. Also, the country, the geographic, form of Namibia makes it a little bit difficult.
And the vastness.
And the vastness. A small population. Long distances from one even village to another. You drive from here, from Okahanja to Ochuarongo. I think it's 175 kilometers. There's no one there.
Allow me to please be the devil's advocate, Doctor. I'm hearing you say that because the population size increased, because we had fewer polling stations for fewer people, we needed more stations for more people. The result is, even if you had fewer stations, you may have had longer queues, but you were certain that the ballot papers would be enough. Given the system that we use and the increase of the polling stations, that was aimed to address one of the challenges, it may have given rise to another challenge, because now you have to borrow and lend between one another to solve that problem.
Definitely. I think that's why it's allowed within the legislation that you can move because of the circumstances on the ground that we are facing with. We have allowed that you can vote. Previously, it was even bad because you could vote anywhere you are in the country.
Is that not the case? Is that not how we read the law at the moment?
Previously. At the moment, I think it's more within the constituency. I can't remember.
But at the moment, you may, even if you're abroad on special voting day, you may cast your vote abroad.
Yes, that has been, that has been there before. But in terms of the constituency, some constituencies are big.
Yes.
So it's allowed that you can move ballot papers from one polling station to another if there is surplus there. So in the past, of course, we had to increase the polling stations. I think now there are, I don't know, the 5,000. Last time was about 5,000. I can't remember the statistics. But there were fewer then. We increased the number of polling stations so that even within the city of Windhoek, where the population is bigger, voters could not move from one place to another, and also it's easier to get ballot papers from one polling station to another. But we did also provide telephone numbers for adjacent polling officials so that they could communicate easily with the returning officer and so on. So these mechanisms were put in place. Of course, the number of ballot papers were also increased. We had a certain percentage. I can't remember the percentage. Now it was 10%. But there was enough ballot papers.
The surplus.
The surplus papers.
The point of departure is the number of registered voters plus 10% at the moment. And we're working with about 4,000 polling stations across the country at the moment. Doctor, in all fairness, and it is a bit of an uncomfortable, awkward situation, is it your view that the current commission should solely be held responsible for some of these administrative hurdles? Does part of the responsibility for where we find ourselves as a country perhaps also vest with you and your commission, as well as those of those who was also seized with the process before the current commission took over?
As I mentioned, we have never had this kind of situation, a crisis situation before, where we had to extend the voting. Even those days we had two days voting for many years. We fought for one day.
Why did you do that, Doctor?
Because we thought, the whole world, all democracies, some are bigger, democracies than us in terms of population, voting population. But they always, India takes 1 month or 2 months, but there are 900 million. Many democracies, they are 10 times us, but they voted only in 1 day. Because of the provisions that are there, which we are discussing, people vote at particular areas.
Yes.
And therefore, it takes a very short time for people to vote, and also you count very quickly, and so on. So we opted, but it was a long, it was a tough struggle because people were jittery. The powers that be.
Do you believe that they were rightfully jittery?
Yeah, it's a big country, so we cannot vote, because people have to move from one place. We said, but finally I think we put into legislation that 1 day voting, will suffice, because it's unacceptable. I mean, there's no really good reason why we should vote for many days a small population.
Just one moment, Doctor. Just one moment. The very good reason could very well be the fact that in the National Assembly and presidential elections, you may cast your vote wherever it is that you find yourself across the country. What's your take on that? And number two, do you think in hindsight it was perhaps not a good decision that you fought for, as you just told us, to have voting only on one day as opposed to having polling over 2 days, which it was in this country at the time?
Yeah, I think the 1 day voting is still, is still appropriate. We just need to manage the process well. We have to look at what are the key, areas that bring about difficulties in this process, and we try to address, those areas. There can be many ways in which we could do that. The current situation is very difficult to handle because you cannot manage the voting population. You cannot get into their minds. We have had people go to a polling station. The line is too much, and they move to the next polling station, and they are saved very quickly.
And then the ballot papers earmarked for that station, based on previous experience, run out prematurely.
Prematurely, and so on. Yeah. So it's a bit difficult. The extension for now, the current extension for today and tomorrow. We know that when there is a crisis, and it's legitimate, then you can make such provisions.
From your understanding of the law as a former chairperson, is it your observation, is it your take that we are within the confines of the law with this move?
I think with this move we are okay, as long as it applies to the law, or there is legitimacy in that action that has been taken. It's a legitimate act. Constitutionally, you cannot deny Namibians from voting. It's a constitutional a right.
At the same time, Dr.
If there was a problem that is not necessarily maybe intentional, then you can make such provisions.
At the same time, we did previously experience delays at the ballot. We did previously experience polling stations opening later than 7 o'clock because of administrative challenges. What renders this administrative situation different to those, especially during your time, and that warrants this kind of intervention, which it had not at your time?
Previously, we didn't have this timetable, like electoral cycle. We discouraged even political parties or government to think that elections are just the dates that the president has determined, although with an advice from the commission, that the elections will be this day. And then that's why you start doing everything. We say immediately after a particular election, you start planning for the next election. So the preparedness is very important. And you look at all the nitty-gritties, because there are so many small things that you think you take for granted. And those are the issues. I've always mentioned it. Those are the issues that will create problems for you during elections.
I want you to help us understand that, because we are lay people on the periphery, and you have the experience, what it takes to manage and to conduct and to supervise an election over a 4 to 5 year period, and which those small nitty-gritties are that could cost you dearly in the end if you don't keep a close eye on them. Walk us through this mammoth task, namely managing a process called elections.
It's too, it's numerous things.
It's no walk in the park.
Yeah, it's not. But you see, in terms of training, for instance, we train our people just for a few days. Maybe if training could be taken, once you stagger it throughout the years, maybe you create a pool of election officials or to be. Or
as permanent staff members?
No, not as permanent staff members. Yeah. But there are institutions around here where you can where you can sponsor people for training, and then you may employ from that pool of individuals. Why? We have found that the polling officials sometimes with this short training, they do some sloppy jobs, and it's some they become very excited. I remember we trained, we outsourced training of election officials to use the IT, the computers, and they were given even the passwords. When the trainer, when they left, the trainer found those small pieces of passwords there because now they were excited. You know, these are young people.
Putting the integrity of those passwords.
Now they will be paid.
At stake.
Putting the integrity of the. So the following day, they have to be issued, a new passwords because they left them in the training room, and so these are the kind of things, small things, and so on. But with the, see, Kunene, for instance, has a different terrain. We used to use even helicopters to take material there.
Two of which were used in Zambezi this time around because of hard to reach areas and the vastness.
Right, the vastness of the area. And also, I don't know what we did. We had people in, our army was in Liberia at some point. And because of there were some problems with ballot papers there, we had to take either the Learjet or the Falcon, to fly to Liberia, to fly ballot papers to Liberia.
For them to vote?
So, because the voting was like maybe tomorrow or something like that. So there are contingency plans that you could put in place. But I think preparedness is more important to anticipate, what areas, because I see Opo, Kunene is one of the, I don't understand
because
Oshakati.
Because the number of the why don't you understand Oshakati?
Because it's a small area and the sharing of ballot papers could be more, convenient. And I don't understand why, unless the whole constituency, I can't remember which one in Oshakati, the whole constituency had no ballot papers, a shortage of ballot papers, which is also incredible.
The shortage of ballot papers was one aspect. We also have instances where the voter verification devices overheated and needed to be switched off to cool down before they could be used again. What's your take on such a challenge?
We know technology sometimes it's difficult. It's a good thing, it's helpful, it makes our life easier. But in these circumstances, I think there was a time where even during our time, where computers froze and so on. Computers always freeze. But with these other new devices, I think it's better to put them in a test, put them for a longer period and see. Don't just bring them during the time of elections. So I think if more tests could have been done on those devices, you could detect these problems, way in advance. I don't think that it's uncalled for. These things should have been tested to see the problems that they may cause, during election. Yes.
You mentioned Oshakati and that you're not sure how that had come about. The constituency is Oshakati East and about 4 polling stations have been affected. How does that reality change your stance?
Oshakati East. I think that area is short distances from one polling station to another. So I don't foresee this problem arising there because there could be, quick communication between the returning officer in that constituency.
Yet that is where voting is taking place today and tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's uncalled for, from my point of view.
So we learn
there are no long distances within the Oshakati East. Okay, I mentioned the other time, Windhoek Rural. It's a vast, constituency, and the terrain and the road system also is difficult. So I could understand, if there are problems in that constituency.
Our understanding is that the recommendation to the president came about through the ECN acknowledging that there were challenges that didn't grant everyone who wanted to cast their vote at that particular polling station in that constituency enough time to do so, and therefore they've been granted this opportunity. What do you make of those Namibians who didn't vote on the 27th because they didn't want to at the time, they had overslept, or they were busy and seized with other matters, who now are filling up queues, making queues very long to cast their vote today or tomorrow?
I don't know what mechanism was used, which is very dicey, it's problematic, to know who was there.
You cannot know.
The day before yesterday, yeah. It's very difficult to know. So we may just say, if within that constituency, people will just come and vote who didn't vote. So we cannot identify anybody that you were here, you were not here. There could have been means, but no one had foreseen this issue coming up. Otherwise, you could have made some other, which was also controversial. Like maybe give them some papers or whatever to indicate, but no one had foreseen this. But even that, it's not a solution.
Our colleague Johnny Konja, who's in Oshakati for the duration of the elections, at least the initial duration, was at one of the polling stations in Oshakati East this morning. And when we engaged him at about 9 o'clock, the polling station where he was at was not open yet. What happens if the logistical and administrative challenges that were encountered on Wednesday unfortunately repeat themselves today and or tomorrow?
These are limited numbers of polling stations, and I thought by night time, whatever, around the clock, working around the clock, the commission should have, addressed, those problems. Quickly contact, because I understand from the press conference that before they could seek, permission, from the president, they had to make, due diligence what has happened, and if this information was provided to the commission, you satisfy that we can deal with them, we can address the matter. Then, work should have started last night in those areas. Get the material and start distributing them to the respective.
In all fairness to the Electoral Commission of Namibia, Dr. Tonshi, in two of the instances in the Klaras region, as flagged by both the chairperson and the chief electoral and referenda officer, two private vehicles that were going to be used in the elections withdrew. In the event of that happening, particularly if it happens at the 11th hour, it is not necessarily the making of the commission.
Yeah, I think those are unforeseen circumstances, and therefore you cannot blame or put a blame on the commission that they did not do their job.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Dr. Tonji, as we're wrapping up our conversation this morning, there is quite a bit of uncertainty across the board in Namibia at the moment. What words would you have for Namibia, for Namibians, for the Commission at this point in time of our democracy as a former chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia?
I would say that this kind of things happen in elections because conducting an election is a complex act, a complex activity. It within a short period of time, you are dealing with a lot of people. As a commission, you employ a lot of people, and you do numerous activities within that short period of time. So there is room for hiccups and mishaps and so on. You're dealing with we are in the 21st century. and we need to use gadgets, electronic gadgets, and sometimes they are very useful for the process, but they can also give you, difficulties. So these are challenges that we encounter. So as citizens of this country, let's just take it that these things happen and they will be addressed. And the final objective is to ensure that there was an election and Namibians participated in the election, and the Commission conducted it in accordance with the law, as it has been done over the years. And therefore, just let us look forward to the results in a few days.
Are there sufficient avenues from your understanding for those who may feel aggrieved by any of the proceedings, by any of these developments, where they can seek recourse?
Yes, there's over the years, in the past, especially political parties always used to seek recourse. Mostly for National Assembly. No one contested presidential, which was a little bit interesting.
During your time?
Yeah, but you can seek recourse through the courts. Now there's an electoral tribunal which could be convened within a short time, and like in the past, which was prolonged process. So yes, we are a country that is a free judicial system. So anybody can approach the courts.
Lutumezi, for your time. Doctor, thank you for sharing your wealth of expertise, and thank you for helping us navigate these challenging times.
Lutumezi, thank you very much.
Shangwe, Doctor. There you have it. Dr. Victor Tonchi is a former chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia, helping us navigate these unprecedented waters.
Welcome back, and that was Denver Kisting engaging Dr. Victor Tonchi, a former chair of the ECN, and just sharing his thoughts around the latest developments in terms of what's happening around the elections. Now, in a few moments, we'll let you know when that is going to happen. We will be crossing over to the Mercure Hotel, where the SADC Election Observer Mission will be delivering press conference, of course, in light of what has been happening. But in the meantime, Depewa?
Well, in the meantime, we will be taking a look at an insert called Follow Your Vote.
Voting is our democratic right, and casting a ballot paper is a tradition that many Namibians have trusted for decades. But once your vote is in the ballot box, what happens next? Today on Namibia Votes 2024, we are taking a close look at the journey of your vote. From the polling station to the final announcement, we'll explore every step to show you how each ballot is handled with integrity and security. Hello Namibia, and welcome to Namibia Votes 2024. I'm Jessica Kaimu.
Namibia's ballot paper voting system has been part of the democratic process since the country gained independence in 1990. Every election year, thousands of Namibians cast their ballot paper, placing them into secure ballot boxes. This system is designed to ensure that every voice is heard and counted accurately. From rural villages to urban centers, we ask how the journey of each vote is safeguarded with transparency and integrity. Let's start where your vote begins its journey, at the polling station. After you place your vote in the ballot box, what happens next? Once a voter casts their ballot, it is immediately deposited into a sealed ballot box. Throughout the day, these boxes are closely monitored to ensure they are secure and tamper-proof. ECN's Director of Operations, Zelmia Klassen, walks us through what happens to a vote after it has been cast.
The polling station will close at 9 o'clock. That is provided there are no voters in the queue at 9 o'clock. All voters that are in the queue at 9 o'clock will be served. But then the polling station closes. In terms of the Electoral Act, the presiding officer, the first thing that he or she needs to do is then to make sure that they account for the ballot papers that they have been issued with and the ballot papers that has obviously been used. This account is completed on a form that we refer to as Form 36. This Form 36 basically requires the presiding officer to give an account of the ballots. And at the end of the day, he or she should tally with the number of ballot papers that they've been issued with and the number of ballot papers that was used in the polling station. Once that process is completed, the presiding officer will then start with the actual counting of the ballots.
After votes are cast, spoiled and rejected ballots are handled separately to ensure accuracy in the election results. Spoiled ballots, which are mistakenly marked by voters, are set aside and not included in the final count. Rejected ballots, which were placed in the ballot box but contain errors such as unclear markings, are identified during the counting process and excluded from the official results.
The counting process takes place in a predefined manner. They then sort the ballot papers, make sure that there are no rejected ballot papers in the box. Those rejected ballot papers are then kept separately and they are not counted. They are accounted for, but they are obviously not counted because then the presiding officer cannot make out for who that vote was actually allocated. Once the presiding officer is done with the counting process, he or she will then allocate the votes to the political party or the candidate concerned and announce the outcome of the election for the specific polling station at the polling station.
After each vote is cast, election officials monitor the ballot box closely. At the close of voting, these ballot boxes are sealed and prepared for secure transport. Transporting ballot boxes requires careful planning and strict security measures. Each box is sealed with tamper-evident locks and transported by trained ECN personnel. In addition, law enforcement accompanies the transport to prevent any interference. From remote polling stations to urban centers, transporting the ballot boxes is a coordinated effort, Klassen said. When ballot boxes arrive at the counting center, they are registered, unsealed and verified in the presence of multiple observers. Each box's contents are counted meticulously under strict supervision to ensure that every vote is counted for accurately. Once the votes are counted, the numbers must be verified and tabulated. This stage, Klassen said, is crucial to ensure the results reflect the true will of the people. Verification is key. Each tally undergoes rigorous checks. This includes reconciling total numbers with polling station records, with observers and auditors monitoring every step to prevent errors or discrepancies. Like everything else during this process, announcing the result is also a carefully monitored process. Once verified, results are announced to the public.
Once the presiding officer is done with this counting process, he or she is required by law then to seal the ballot box. Again, the importance of the election agents in polling stations cannot be emphasized, because once the election agents are also present there, they are then also allowed to put the seals of their parties on the ballot boxes to ensure that the votes that have been casted in those boxes are then secured. In terms of our electoral processes, every polling station has presence of the Namibian police. The main responsibility of the Namibian police in this process is to ensure the security of the election materials, sensitive and non-sensitive, equally also the security and safety of the election officials. So these ballot boxes are then transported under escort of the police officers to the collation center, where the presiding officer is required to hand over the outcome of the polling station results to the returning officer.
This year's elections brings a significant change, as voters can now cast their ballots from any constituency, allowing them to vote wherever they are and not just in their registered area. This flexibility aims to make voter easier and more accessible for all. But what does this mean for the outcome of the results? Executive Director of the Institute for Public Policy Research, Graham Hopwood, commended the ECN for allowing voters to cast their ballots from any location. However, he cautioned that this flexibility could impact voter turnout or potentially influence the election results.
The whole country is considered to be one constituency, which means that, even if you are registered in Windhoek West, you can vote in Ondangwa, or you can vote in Cape and Soup. If you happen to be outside your home area on voting day, you can still vote there. So this is good in the sense that it allows people to vote, wherever they are, and increases probably the number of people voting, because, say, if you happen to be called away on urgent business on or around election day, you won't necessarily lose the right to vote, because you can vote if you find yourself at the coast but you live in the Barbis or whatever. So that's good. But the issue that raises is that these votes where people are voting outside their constituency need to be treated separately. And in the Electoral Act, that's called the tendered vote.
Beyond simply tracking our vote, do we really understand the importance of knowing why and how it's safeguarded throughout the process?
In 2009, as far as I remember, and previously, tendered votes were noted in terms of forms being filled out as being separate, and where the original constituency of the person was. And then the tendered vote is actually put in an envelope and cast or put into a different ballot box from the main ballot boxes for people from the constituency. And then they are also counted separately later when the counting takes place in the polling station. So I think the ECN this time needs to fully explain how that works, because I don't think people fully understand the implications of Namibia being one constituency, and the fact that it means that, and this has happened in the past, that we can have more than 100% turnout in a constituency. So, for example, a constituency in an urban area may have people coming from outside to vote, and ultimately that can lead to a more than 100% turnout of registered voters. And it's explainable if we know how the tendered vote system has worked, or how it is working. If we see 100% plus voter turnouts, immediately it raises a suspicion that there might have been some ballot paper stuffing. Ballot papers could have been added. So there has to be a clear, if you like, paper trail, and this has to be clearly explicable to everybody in the polling station and the observers and the party agents and generally to the public, so that we all understand what's going on here.
On the other hand, Director at Desk for Social Development of Evangelical Lutheran Church of Namibia, Uhuru Demper, says that this could offer an added advantage, as it would spare voters the need to travel back and forth if they find themselves outside their registered voting area. Understanding what happens to each vote isn't just about curiosity, but it's also about ensuring transparency and thereby increasing trust and voter confidence in the electoral system.
This history is important to understand that we are still learning and growing. So there are some errors that has been made, but I think largely we have learned from those errors and we have moved on. What has built the confidence of the voters is also that each polling station, after counting, makes a summary of the results and can announce the results, or the results are known, even if they are not officially announced by ECN. The party agents and the others that are the observers and so on, they can observe the counting process and they can validate that indeed the counting process has been successfully completed. So that has also increased voter confidence in the process now. That the transportation of the ballot boxes is no more that much of a challenge. It's now done at the place where people are voting. We still have issues with the mobile stations, and to what extent party agents and observers and so on have the resources and the capacity to go around the mobile stations and to monitor them. So if we can find ways to minimize the mobile stations, it will remain a challenge, because Namibia is a vast country and the small population is spread around the country, and you can't have permanent voting stations all over the place. I think we will have a challenge next year when we have to again explain to the citizens that this time you must go to where you have registered, where you are residing, to be able to exercise your vote. And if you have moved from one constituency to the other, you will also have to inform the Electoral Commission so that your details are changed accordingly. But for these particular elections, I do not foresee any challenges, and it's actually convenient for the voters also that they don't have to travel back to where they have registered to be able to vote. It's a pity that due to the dwindling resources, churches and civil society are nowadays not so effective in terms of monitoring the elections. I remember when I was at the Namibia NGOs Forum, together with the Council of Churches in Namibia, I think it was the 1999 Presidential and National Assembly elections, we were able to recruit more than 250 observers, train them, and we had the capacity to deploy them almost to all the regions.
Political analyst Dr. Kaire Mbwende supports Namibia's approach of voting as one constituency, noting it can increase voter participation.
I think our system allows, especially for the national election, allows individuals to vote wherever they find themselves. And that is very important because it enhances participation. Now, if I'm visiting a relative in Shakati who is maybe not well the day before the elections, I can vote there. I don't have to run down to Windhoek where I was registered. So from that point of view, I think it's promoting participation. And of course, there is a process of verification and so forth. But I think it's a good thing that people are given the opportunity to vote. Even now, like now, tomorrow there will be people voting who are outside the country. and quite a number of people could be traveling also. And they can go to the Namibian embassies, wherever they find themselves, and vote. And I think that is good that we're enhancing and maximizing participation in the election, instead of your vote not be counted because you found yourself in a particular locality at a particular time.
Dr. Mbwende believes that this process not only strengthens democratic representation, but also motivates a higher turnout, as every vote has a direct impact on the national result.
The question of institutions and institutional capacity is important, and the integrity of institutions. I think what is important is that the voters must have confidence in the integrity of the institutions, because you can't have the 1.4 million people, each of them trying to see what's happening. But also in other countries, the voting as they come in, they are on television, and therefore you can sit in the comfort of your own home and watch the results, the counting, and as well as eventually the announcement of the results. I think the issue is, we have got to trust our system, and if we don't, then we have had 5 years to improve on the system, but it's absolutely critical that people have confidence in the system. And of course, those who have vested interest, who have invested resources in the election, and who will continue to invest resources to make sure that the process is transparent.
In past elections, delays in announcing results raised suspicions and questions from political parties and the public. While this has improved over the years, what has the ECN since done to implement measures to ensure timely and transparent reporting to avoid such concerns from arising again?
I think I should also say that the Botswana Electoral Commission has done good. They have announced the results in a very short period. Obviously, you also know it varies from country to country in terms of our processes, in terms of the vastness of our country, and as I've said earlier, one of the improvements that we've brought in, that hopefully this time we'll also be able to manage the announcement of the results in a shorter period of time, is the integrated system that we have introduced, whereby now we can upload the results from the polling station level. I should also mention that in terms of the Electoral Act, there is no timeline as to when. We don't have a cut-off time like other countries do have, where they say that they should announce the results within 5 days, within 3 days, whatever the case may be.
Hopefully, if we have at least several hundred civil society observers in the field, then it can also help, if they've been properly trained, to give an extra level of reassurance to the voter that everything is under control. It's important that all those people are there so that we know that these things have been carried out properly. Now, it may be an issue in Namibia because we don't have, historically we haven't had very strong opposition parties. There might be some areas of the country where there's only maybe a party agent from one party and maybe no observers. So that's a weakness, and I think it's up to the parties to get organized and make sure they have their agents spread throughout the country and also properly trained.
You have to have as many polling stations as possible. And if you have many polling stations, then it will be easy to have everybody voting instead of long queues. And I've seen countries with a large population being able to vote relatively faster because of the number of polling stations. I think that's one. The second one is the counting and verification, counting and announcement of results. It's mind-boggling that in fact the announcement of results has been taking as long as it has. I don't think that the delay in announcing the results in the past have compromised integrity of the electoral process. It speaks more to the issue of efficiency. And I believe that the ACN this time has committed itself to improve on that.
Fake news is another issue that I think ECN and the Electoral Commission needs to and the media, with the help of the media, needs to really monitor so that we correct whatever fake news is out there, fact check, and then regain the full level of confidence and information so that all of us are on the same page.
As the 27th of November 2024 draws even nearer, understanding what happens to your vote after casting it is essential for trust in our democratic process. By following the journey of each ballot, we gain confidence that every vote is counted for securely and fairly. Knowing this process empowers us all to participate with greater assurance and transparency. With that, we have come to the end of this edition of Namibia Votes 2024. Do join us again next week, same time, same place. From myself, Jessica Kaimu, and the entire crew, it's bye for now.
Back, you're still watching the special broadcast that is of Namibia Votes 2024. Basically, an insert that talks to us about the entire voting process, how to go about it, and how to ensure transparency and free and fair elections.
And also, some of the points that were raised actually speak to what happened. You know, Namibia voting as one constituency, and one of the examples was that, imagine if you had, accounted for 1,000 people, in that specific constituency, but to come election day, there are extra 500 people. So the ones who were for it who said, well, it's more convenient for each Namibian to vote wherever they may be. But then there were others who said, but what if it happens that, we counted X amount of people, but come election day, that number has doubled or increased. And that's what we have seen. And I think maybe going forward, that's still going to be a discussion that we're going to be having. We're now going to cross over to Mercury Hotel in a few moments, where the SADC Election Observer Mission is scheduled to make an announcement during the press conference.
NBC, are you ready? Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, members of the media, a very good morning to you all, and welcome to the release of the preliminary statements by the International Election Observation Mission to the 2024 Presidential and National Assembly elections of the Republic of Namibia, which were held on the 27th of November 2024. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, my name is Annette Mtambangwe, and I'm from the SADC Secretariat. I will be directing the proceedings of this morning. Our findings tonight, this morning, the statements outlining the findings of the international observation missions in relation to the conduct of the electoral processes following Namibia's presidential and National Assembly election. So we welcome you all. Please allow me to take this opportunity to recognize the dignitaries and invited guests in this House. I have the pleasure of introducing Honorable Semamba Makinda, former Speaker of the National Assembly of the United Republic of Tanzania, who is also the SADC head of mission for the SADC Electoral Observation Mission to the Presidential and National Assembly elections of the Republic of Namibia. Her Excellency Dr. Speciosa Naigaga Wandira Kazimbwe, former Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, and who is serving as the head of the African Union Observation Mission to the Presidential and National Assembly elections of the Republic of Namibia. Honorable Judge Priscilla Makanyara Chikuma, Chairperson of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, who is also head of the Electoral Commission's Forum of Southern African Countries Observation Mission to the Presidential and National Assembly elections of the Republic of Namibia. Honorable Tepo Monetti, former President of the Senate of the Kingdom of Lesotho, who is the head of the African Center for Governance Election Mission to the Presidential and National Assembly elections to the Republic of Namibia. His Excellency, Mr. Elias Magosi, who is the SADC Executive Secretary. Your Excellencies, heads of representatives of diplomatic missions accredited to the Republic of Namibia, representatives of the Namibian government, representatives of international organizations, Professor Kula Teletani, Director of SADC Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Affairs, distinguished members of the Troika of the SADC Organ on Politics, Defense and Security Corporation from the United Republics of Tanzania, the republics of Malawi and Zambia. SADC members of the SADC Electoral Advisory Council. I also recognize the chairpersons and members of the Electoral Commission of the Republic of Namibia, heads and representatives of security and law enforcement agencies, leaders and representatives of political parties of the Republic of Namibia, religious leaders and members of the civil societies. Distinguished members, we will then receive the statement from Welcome to you all. And then what we're going to do is we're going to start with our statements from the heads of missions. What we're going to do is, if you are comfortable, Your Excellencies, to give your speech at the comfort of your chair, you are more than welcome to do that. Otherwise, if you'd want to come to the podium, you are also welcome to do that. So following these statements, there will be a question and answer session to bring this morning's proceedings to a close, giving this House the opportunity to ask questions from the respective stakeholders that are present here today. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, at the top of the table, I humbly request you to kindly prepare as I call upon you to deliver your statements. At this juncture, may I humbly call upon our Honorable Anne Semamba Makinda, who is the former Speaker of the National Assembly of the United Republic of Tanzania and the SADC Electoral Observation Mission to the Presidential and National Assembly elections to the Republic of Namibia, to deliver the preliminary statement of the SIOM. Honorable, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, Dr. Speciosa Naigaga Wandira Kazibwe, former Vice President of the Republic of Uganda and head of the African Union Election Observation Mission to the Presidential and National Assembly of Elections of the Republic of Namibia, Honorable Judge Priscilla Makanyara Chigumba, Chairperson of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission and Head of the Electoral Commission Forum of Southern Africa Countries Observation Mission, to the Presidential and National Assembly elections of the Republic of Namibia. Honorable Shepo Monetti, former President of the Senate of the Kingdom of Lesotho and Head of the African Center for Governance Election Mission, to the Presidential and National Assembly elections of the Republic of Namibia. Distinguished members of the SADC organ Troika, Your Excellency Elias Magosi, Executive Secretary of SADC, Chairperson of Electoral Commission of Namibia, distinguished heads of international electoral observation missions, Your Excellencies, heads and representatives of diplomatic missions accredited to the Republic of Namibia, members of the SADC Electoral Advisory Council, SADC election observers, leaders and representatives of political parties, religious leaders and members of the civil society, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, I think. On behalf of the Southern African Development Community, SADC, and as mandated by Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and the Chairperson of the SADC Organ on Politics, Defense, and Security Cooperation, it is my honor to welcome you to the release of the preliminary statement of the SADC Electoral Observation Mission, SION, on the conduct of the 27th November 2024 Presidential and National Assembly elections in the Republic of Namibia. As head of mission, I am supported by representatives from the Republic of Malawi, Zambia, the United Republic of Tanzania, who are members of the SADC organ Troika. The SION receives expert advice from the SADC Electoral Advisory Council, SIAC. The mission comprises 65 observers from 8 SADC member states, namely the Kingdom of Eswatini, the Republics of Botswana, Malawi, Mozambique, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, and the United Republic of Tanzania. These observers were deployed across all 14 regions of the Republic of Namibia. The mission observed the presidential and the National Assembly elections in accordance with the revised SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections 2021 and the laws of the Republic of Namibia. As part of its mandate, the mission engaged key stakeholders in Namibia, including the Electoral Commission of Namibia, the government of Namibia, specifically the Ministry of International Relations and Cooperation, the Attorney General, the police heads, and representative of the diplomatic missions accredited to the Republic of Namibia, political parties, civil society organization, faith-based organization, academia, and the media. The preliminary statement covers the mission's observations of the pre-election period and voting day activities. The SIOM final report will include our observation of the post-election processes, which include the results management and the announcement processes. So the summary of key findings. The SIOM observed the following. A, the political and security environment. The mission observed that the country was calm and peaceful during the pre-election and election day. Political campaigns were conducted peacefully. The mission noted submissions from stakeholders that the country was experiencing active involvement of the youth in politics. B. Electoral legal framework. The Presidential and National Assembly elections are mainly governed by the Constitution of the Republic of Namibia and the Electoral Act 5 of 2014.
Wholeheartedly apologize for that cut in that broadcast that was coming to us from Mercury Hotel, where the SADC election observer mission was busy giving a statement. But we will cross back as soon as everything is sorted out technically.
I came at around 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Now it's moving very fast.
Okay.
But we stayed in the line for quite a long time.
Slow.
Yeah, quite slow. I think they have improved now a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes.
But you are determined.
But this is a struggle we have to conclude. We have to fight. We have to elect our own leaders. Just to keep peace, to keep stability, and to make sure that those that are leading us are performing.
You are determined to make sure you cast your vote.
I feel like it's important to have your voice heard, especially as you become an adult and you become informed within society. You must know that
presidential candidate attains more than 50% of the votes, the second ballot must be conducted within 60 days of announcement of the results. According to Article 46(1)(a) of the Constitution, the National Assembly is composed of 96 members to be elected by the registered voters through direct and secret ballot. The election of the members in terms of Article 46(1)(a) is based on political party lists and in accordance with the principle of proportional representation. C. Management of the electoral process. The mission observed that the elections are managed by the Electoral Commission of Namibia, which, according to the law, is the exclusive body that directs, supervises, manages, and controls elections and referenda. The ECN consists of 5 commissioners, including the chairperson, appointed by the President with the approval of the National Assembly. In terms of Article 94(b)(2) of the Constitution, the ECN must be an independent, transparent, and impartial election management body. D. Matters arising from the stakeholders' engagements. Number 1, on voter registration. The mission noted that the final voters register indicated 1,449,546 registered voters, representing approximately 90% of 1,615,910 eligible voters from the 2023 census. 2. Civic and voter education. The mission observed extensive civic and voter education by ECN. Stakeholders shared several initiatives to inform citizens about the electoral process. However, some reports indicate that some remote areas may not have received adequate coverage. Number 3, preparedness of the ECN. During the pre-election period, the mission noted that the stakeholders had confidence in how the elections had been organized and conducted. Most stakeholders of ballot papers. B, the mission noted the last-minute threat of temporary polling staff to withdraw from services due to their demand for higher remuneration. The mission also noted that operational matters such as contracting the temporary staff could have been done earlier to give enough room for negotiations. Nevertheless, the mission appreciated that the ECN came to an agreement with the aggrieved temporary staff. C, the mission noted that the voting of 27 November 2024 was characterized by the operational lapses such as a shortage of ballot papers at polling stations, heating of tablets, running out of batteries for the ultraviolet, light touches, supporters had casted their votes. Number 4, gender representation. Our mission noted that Namibia scored highly in regional and global assessment of the representation of women in elected political positions, particularly the National Assembly, and consequently in the Cabinet. However, our mission has also noted that most political parties do not implement policies to ensure gender representation, which may reverse strides made in the country. Number 5, media. The mission noted the general positive assessment of the media houses strived to cover all political parties. However, there are some concerns about unequal coverage in the state-owned media. The mission also noted that some political parties relied on social media to communicate their political messages. Number 6, electoral law. The mission noted concerns by some stakeholders that while the law clearly articulates procedures during the after elections, there were still areas provide clarity and certainty. For instance, provision of tendered votes, the period within which results ought to be announced, and the management of the period between the announcement of results and the swearing in of office bearers. Observation on election day. On election day 27 November 2024, the SADC Electoral Observation Mission, SIOM, observed the voting process in all 14 regions of the Republic of Namibia. The SADC Observers team covered 221 polling stations and observed the following. First, on opening procedures were observed in 16 polling stations. 62.5% of polling stations opened on time, that was 700 hours. However, 37.5% opened late due to delays caused by the late arrival of party agents, poor preparations by polling officials, and occasional scuffles in queues outside polling stations. 2 long queues were observed at all polling stations before opening. 3, in all the observed polling stations during the opening, the presiding officers showed the empty ballot boxes to all present before locking and sealing them. 4, the voters' roll was not displayed at any of the polling stations observed. Our observers were informed that the voters' roll was not displayed because voters were allowed to vote anywhere in the country. 5, voters' fingers were scanned to verify if they had not voted. Another observation was polling procedures were observed in 221 polling stations. When the environment at the polling stations was relatively calm and peaceful, and no significant incidents of violence or intimidation was observed. 94% of polling stations observed were peaceful, conducive for voting. However, 6% faced issues such as poor crowd control and long queues, which were likely caused by the slow processing of voters. 3, all polling stations observed adherence to regulations prohibiting campaign materials in their vicinity, reflecting strict compliance with electoral guidelines and ensuring a neutral voting environment. 4, security personnel were present at all polling stations, ensuring a safety environment. 5, accessibility for persons with disability was ensured at 87.5% of polling stations, but 12.5% were inaccessible. The inaccessible arose due to polling stations being located upstairs with no amenities for disabled persons or in areas with uneven terrain, which posed physical barriers. Number 6, CM observers were allowed full access to observe and interact with presiding officers at 87.5% of polling stations, while 12.5% faced restrictions. In some cases, only one observer per group was allowed inside, while in other instances, SADC observers were denied entry. The 87.5% of party candidates, agents, and observers were present and actively performing their roles at the opening of polls, while 12.5% were absent. Number 8, citizens and international observers were present at 50% of the observed polling stations. CM noted that all of the polling stations observed during opening had the necessary election material. However, there was a shortage of ballot papers later during the day at some polling stations. Observation number 4, best practices. At this stage, the mission commends the ECN for extensive civic and voter education, particularly for initiatives such as the voters booklet and a QR code on the accreditation cards containing the necessary election information. ECN also accommodated the visual impaired to vote in secret through the introduction of Braille ballot papers, which is in line with the spirit of Article 411 of the revised SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections, which encourage the full participation of all citizens in democratic and development process. The mission also commends ECN for a gender-inclusive recruitment of electoral personnel. The mission noted that 65.05% of the polling officials were female. Our observation number 5 recommended improvements in the electoral process. At this juncture, allow me to note that the CIOM is continuing the process of electoral observation in the post-election phase. As such, the mission will not render comprehensive recommendation or qualification for the election at this stage. However, the mission has observed the following areas of the electoral process and system that relevant stakeholders may wish to consider improving. Number 1, enhance stakeholder engagement and communication protocols. The ECN should establish a clear guidelines for engaging stakeholders, ensuring timely and transparent communication, particularly when making significant decisions such as changing counting venues or extending voting periods. Regularly, briefings or consultations with all stakeholders, including political parties, civil society organizations, and observers, should be institutionalized to maintain trust and credibility. Recommendation number 2, tendered votes. The government should consider reforming its electoral system, as the current system, where the country is perceived as one constituency, allowing voters to vote in any constituency, irrespective of where they are registered, creates logistical and administrative challenges such as shortage of ballot papers in some polling stations. Our recommendation B, develop and implement a comprehensive ballot management plan. The ECN should adopt a robust ballot paper management strategy to prevent shortages. This includes accurate voter registration data, contingency plan for unexpected surges, and periodic audits of ballot paper distribution. In case of shortages, all stakeholders must be promptly informed and consulted to maintain transparency and accountability. Our suggestion number C, establish a crisis management framework. The ECN should create a formal crisis management framework to address emergencies such as ballot shortages or the need to extend voting days. This framework should outline procedures for stakeholders' consultation, decision-making timelines, and communication strategies to ensure all affected parties are informed and involved. Suggestion D, strengthen trust building measures. To rebuild stakeholders' confidence, the ECN should conduct a post-election stakeholders review to address concerns raised during the electoral process. Recommendations from this review should be implemented to prevent recurrences. Furthermore, capacity building workshops and periodic engagement sessions with stakeholders can enhance mutual understanding and trust in the ECN's process. Our recommendation is recruitment of temporary staff. The ECN is advised to arrange contracting modalities for temporary staff early to avoid last-minute contractual disputes. Recommendation F, establishment of voting streams. The ECN is also advised to establish multiple voting streams within polling stations to assist reducing the queues and frustration of voters. In conclusion, the mission noted that owing the operational challenges faced by the ECN as gazetted on 28 November 2024, the President extended the voting period from 27 to 30th November 2024 at 36 polling stations to enable voters who could not vote on 27 November 2024 to do so. The mission commends the Namibian people for maintaining a peaceful political environment during the pre-election period and urges the nation to maintain a peaceful environment during the extended voting period. In the event of any electoral disputes, the mission appeals to all contestants to channel their concerns through established legal procedures and processes. In accordance with the SADC principles and guidelines governing election 2021, our final report will be issued within this preliminary statement. The SEAC shall return at an appropriate time to undertake a post-election review to determine the extent to which the recommendations of the COM have been implemented and the nature of support, if any, that the Republic of Namibia may require from the SADC region to implement those proposals. I would like to thank you all for attendance of this. As we said, this is our preliminary report. It doesn't have all the necessary details. We will have that after 30 days from this day. Thank you very much. Muito obrigado. Merci beaucoup. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Your Excellency. That was the statement for the SADC Electoral Observation Mission, which was delivered by Honorable Anne Semamba Makinda, former Speaker of the National Assembly of the United Republic of Tanzania, who is serving as the head of mission of SIOM to the Presidential and National Assembly elections to the Republic of Namibia. For the next statement, I have the pleasure of inviting Her Excellency Dr. Speciosa Naigaga Wandira Kazimbwe, former Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, who is serving as the head of the African Union Election Observation Mission to the Presidential and National Assembly elections of the Republic of Namibia. Your Excellency, we are ready for your statement.
Thank you very much. The Right Honorable Anne Semamba Makinda, head of the SADC Electoral Observation Mission and former Speaker of the United Republic of Tanzania. The Honorable Justice Priscilla Makanyara Chigumba, head of the Electoral Commission's Forum for SADC Countries and chairperson of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. Honorable Shepo Moneti, head of the African Center for Governance and its Election Observation Mission, and former President of the Senate of the Kingdom of Lesotho. Members of the diplomatic corps, the media, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask your permission to stand on existing protocol, but allow me to introduce to you Her Excellency Bineta Diop, the Special Envoy for Women, Peace and Security in the Office of the Chairperson of the African Union, His Excellency Faki, and is here sitting in the seat of His Excellency Bankole, the Commissioner for Political Peace and Security, who has been with us since we started and has left this morning to go to Ghana, where we are having another set of elections. This year has been harvest time for democracy in Africa. The African Union has a mandate to promote democratic consolidation in African countries, including the Republic of Namibia. Having been invited by the government of Namibia and the Electoral Commission of Namibia to observe the 27th November 2024 Presidential and National Assembly elections, the African Union Election Observation Mission has been deployed since the 20th of November this year. The main objective of the mission is to observe the extent to which the 2024 elections conform to various international, regional normative and legal instruments for democratic elections, including Namibia's national laws for holding elections. Since the time of our arrival till now, the African Union mission has met, among others, the Electoral Commission of Namibia, the Namibian Police Force, political parties, civil society organizations, representatives of the international community and other observer groups, and the academia. On election day, our mission deployed 19 teams of observers across the 12 regions of Namibia to observe key election day processes, which include the opening, the polling, closing, and counting. Based on our observations and interactions with the electoral stakeholders, the mission is cognizant of the fact that the ECN has now extended the voting in some polling stations until the 30th of November, which is tomorrow. This statement is therefore preliminary, awaiting a final detailed report in due course in accordance with existing regulations, which enjoin us to give the final report of our findings and recommendations 30 days after the declaration of the election results. For the ongoing elections, we make the following observations, beginning with commendable practices. The general elections took place in a calm and peaceful political environment similar to previous elections. The civility with which political parties and citizens went about electoral campaigns were very critical to the peaceful nature of the elections. The healthy collaboration and consultation between the ECN and political actors is worthy. The high number of citizens who registered to take part in the elections, the majority of whom were youth and women, show the commitment of Namibians to democracy and democratic governance in their country. The high participation of youth and women as voters, electoral personnel, party agents and observers, particularly from the Namibia Institute for Democracy, was a landmark development in the electoral process. Offering opportunity for citizens in correctional facilities, these are known as prisons in my part of Africa, prisons, health centers, and citizens in the diaspora to vote, enhanced political participation. Not many African countries do so, and I think we should clap for Namibia in that respect. The inclusion of people with disabilities as polling staff is also to be commended. On election day, Namibians demonstrated exceptional patience and calm as in harsh weather conditions in my country, Uganda, is usually too much rain. Here it is something which I don't experience many times. It was hot. Well, the subject matter was also hot. The African Union Election Observation Mission also took note of a number of areas where improvements will be required in future electoral processes. I start with that could be long queues and which necessitated the need to extend polling beyond the 9 p.m. closing time. This may have led to the possibility that some voters may not have had the opportunity to vote due to the long waiting period. The shortage of voting material in some polling stations led to the halting of voting. The heating of some verification machines without immediate correctional measures put a hold to this activity in quite a significant number of polling stations. Allowing voters to cast their votes in any polling station led to voters shopping for places to vote, which may have led to the overwhelming of some polling stations. I really think as Africans, if you allow somebody to shop where they will get their wife or husband, you can end up with chaos. Yes, this one is something which I think something should be done about it. This shopping for polling stations. Insufficient polling booths in the majority of polling stations, which also led to a slow voting process. This again contributed to the long queues outside the polling station before they came in, and also within the polling station itself. People were camping on chairs to wait to go and tick on whoever they wanted to lead them. Setting up polling stations in private properties and places without adequate facilities of convenience for voters who needed to wait for long hours for their turn to cast their votes. You know, I'm supposed to read this, but sometimes because I may not be around for a very long time, I would like to make some comments on this. Private, yes, we know this public-private partnership, but issues where of public concern, we believe, should be conducted in public facilities. And I have observed the elections. This is my 11th one. We have a good number of public schools in Africa for us to be able to do. And then also the issue of, being in a private place and you want to go to visit nature, you want to drink water. I even was afraid of using my water bottle with so many women and children lining up. Really, in Namibia, you can buy a bottle of water for each voter in this country. So these are some of the things, because many of you are diplomats. That's why they bring some of us who are not diplomats to call a spade a spade. The late decision by the Electoral Commission to extend voting at a time when some polling stations had started the counting process is really total confused us observers as well. We didn't sleep on Wednesday. We didn't sleep last night. You may say, oh, you don't see babies here, you've slept for enough hours. But the older you grow, the more you need to sleep, so that your faculties, yes. The long verification procedures contributed to the slowing down of the voting process. And I must say at this juncture, we have also compared notes with the SADC observers, which is a practice, in whatever we do, and the figures that she was giving for each of these vices correlates very well with what we did, and we didn't want to repeat them at this moment. Before we share our current recommendations, we wish to present the recommendations of the African Union Election Observation Mission in 2019, which emphasized the need for electoral stakeholders and the following. 1. Provide for the continuous update of the voters' register in order to ensure that voters have valid voters' cards. This we gave them 100%. They did it. 2. Ensure transparency in the nomination process through regular and timely interface with political parties whenever the conduct of the process deviates from previously established processes. This one, as a mother of twins, I can give them 50%. Yes. Otherwise, which means there is plenty of room for improvement, because even as we speak now, the parties are getting in touch with election observers, crying and saying they are not getting enough information on what is happening. Consider political party funding modalities with the aim of ensuring a level playing field. Part of this is taken care of by the law, the electoral law as amended, but parties were still crying. More could be done, and I believe Namibia has a budget which can cater for this, because with bad politics and influence from all over, you can never say that you are independent. Limit the number of voters per polling station through considering the use of polling station segmented voters register. This has been clarified, but in the voice of a villager like me, just tell me you will vote from here, and the number here is 300. The polling officials had no idea how many people were going to vote from any polling station. And as a surgeon, I must say, I tell you, cut here, that's where you cut. Otherwise, you will pull out the heart instead of the kidney. Limit the number of voters per polling station through considering the use of a polling station segmented voters register. This was not done, and there they get 0. Consider introducing the voter verifiable paper audit trail, electronic voter machines, with the aim of improving transparency and building trust in the voting process. A lot of work was done on this, and apart from failures of technology, I think the ECN did its best. They were failed by technology. But then you people with this technology thing of yours, when only about 50% of people in Namibia have access to these things, and many of them use them for gossiping, WhatsApp and whatever, you assume that everybody is actually covered. These are some of the things, and in some of the polling stations, people told us, please tell them to come down here. And we speak our own language and we tell them what is the best way of doing what we need to do. So I think let's concede, especially in this electoral process, where people are actually making a social contract with the leaders. They must know that what they are doing has been done in consultation with them. We also recommended that they familiarize voters with the electronic voter machines through increased voter education that allows for regular interface with the voting machines. I didn't see any voter who was afraid of the machine. Otherwise, this can also be possible. When you see a walking, no wires, those of us who grew up in the postal time of wires deep in the village, this is not the case now, and there they've done their part. Then hold consultative post-election dialogue with the political parties in order to identify gaps in the legal framework. Here we again gave them not 0, but 100%. because dealing with the politicians is not easy. But from what the politicians told us and the Electoral Commission, forums are there. Communication may break down, but all that they have to do is to activate these communication channels to be able to give confidence to everybody that things are moving. The AU mission offers the following preliminary recommendations. 1, limit the number of voters per polling station. Whichever way you do it is now according to your means and really the culture of the people of Namibia. Provide sufficient polling booths in each polling station to speed up voting. Limit the locating of polling stations to public facilities. Polling stations should also be located in places with access to basic amenities such as places of convenience and water. Whenever an extension of polling becomes necessary, it should be communicated in a timely and effective manner. If you allow me to just go to the location of polling stations, this I say very openly because many of you fear doctors. Even when they are going to kill you, you say thank you. Yes. My team, I was also there with the technology, of course, with the young person entering. I was shocked to find that a big hospital was a polling station. Inside, I want to tell you that when you go to hospital, you may come out thinking you are cured, but you come out with the other diseases which you don't know. So I would expect that in the next round, we don't find people polling in hospitals with the aim of facilitating health workers. These medical workers can be a special group, like what happened during COVID. They are a special group, they must be on call, so they should be added to the security personnel because they will secure our lives. They should vote with that particular group. And I hope the AU people who are drafting this will put that one here very nicely so that you don't forget when I'm back in Uganda. I want to thank you very much, and at this moment to call upon you to be part of the African Union quest to bringing Africa together, and to also now turn my eyes to the electoral commissions, associations. Our expectations are that since we are talking about the same democratic principles, we also expect you to move towards having, when I go to a country and I know your commission is there, I expect the polling booth should have so many people. Let's have some guidelines so that they are followed across Africa. And then for the academia, they say it's very difficult to pinpoint which is the best practice because everybody is doing it their way. And there is no basic tenet which people are actually supposed to follow. I thank you very much, and since I'm leaving very early tomorrow, the few Namibians who are here, we thank you for your smiles in terms of adversity. You really made us feel comfortable doing our work. Let us work for the Africa we want in accordance with Agenda 2063. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. That was the statement for the African Union Election Observation Mission, which was delivered by Her Excellency Dr. Spewisa Nagaiga Wandira Kazimbwe, former Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, who is serving as the head of mission of the African Union. I now extend an invitation to the Honorable Justice, Judge Priscilla Makanyara Chiguba, Chairperson of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission and head of the Electoral Commission's Forum for Southern African Countries Observation Mission, to the presidential and National Assembly elections of the Republic of Namibia. Honorable Justice, the floor is yours to deliver a statement.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Honorable Anne Semamba Makinda, the former Speaker of the National Assembly of the United Republic of Tanzania and head of the SIOM, Her Excellency Speciosa Naigaga Wandira Kazibwe, former Vice President of the Republic of Uganda and head of the African Union Observation Mission, Honorable Tsepo Moneti, former President of the Senate of the Kingdom of Lesotho and head of the African Center for Governance and Election Mission to this presidential and National Assembly elections in the Republic of Namibia. Distinguished leaders and heads of international observation missions to the 2024 presidential and National Assembly elections of the Republic of Namibia, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to ride on those protocols that have already been established. And I'm wondering if I should say good morning or good afternoon. Good afternoon. The Electoral Commission's Forum of SADC Countries, otherwise known as ECF-SADC Observer Mission, is composed of electoral management bodies, EMBs, of the SADC member states. The mandate of ECF-SADC is to strengthen cooperation amongst electoral commissions and promote conditions conducive for credible and transparent elections in the SADC region. The ECF-SADC mission to the presidential and National Assembly elections of the Republic of Namibia comprised of 33 members from 9 electoral member commissions of Angola, Botswana, DRC, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. The mission also included 2 members from the ECOWAS network of electoral commissions, ECONEC, represented by commissioners from Liberia and Sierra Leone. They joined the ECF-SADC mission for support and peer learning exchanges. The mission period extended from 19 November to 2 December 2024. The mission is led by the ECF-SADC chairperson of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, that is myself. We choose mission leaders on a rotational basis. The deputy mission leader is Commissioner Petlane from the Independent Electoral Commission of Lesotho. Commissioner Petlane, raise your hand in the audience. There he is. That's the deputy mission leader, Lesotho. The ECF-SADC preliminary statement will be available to this audience and shall have details on the introduction and background, the mandate of ECF-SADC election observation mission, our guiding principles, observation methodology, pre-election, election, and post-election phase activities. This is a summary for presentation, and for purposes of this presentation of release of statements by international observation missions, I will present this summary, which shall focus on key mission findings, including special vote observations, issues raised by stakeholders, the election phase, that is polling day, lessons learned, and finally recommendations. On the state of preparedness by the Electoral Commission of Namibia, we met with the ECN on 20 November 2024 to assess their state of preparedness to hold credible elections in line with electoral international standards, instruments, and principles. Our mission's key observation was that the ECN was ready to conduct elections on 27 November 2024. This state of readiness was assessed in terms of its administrative, operational, logistical, and financial capacity to execute its mandate. The ECN also shared its challenges in the build-up to the elections, which included court rulings on the re-registration of a political party and a limited time frame within which to print ballot papers. On consultation with holders, our mission noted that the ECN itself had improved its engagement with stakeholders. Our pre-election mission, which came to Namibia or to Windhoek on 21 November, also held consultations with electoral stakeholders. We drew these from different sectors of the society. We spoke to political parties, civil society organizations, the media, and academia. In addition, our mission participated in the meetings of the heads of mission of international observation missions, which was organized and hosted by the SADC Election Observer Mission, SEOM, and the African Union Election Observation Mission on 26 November and 28 November, respectively. Some of the key issues raised by stakeholders. I'll start with positive aspects, because I'm advised that Africans as a continent, we like positivity more than negativity. So let's start with positivity. The positive aspect are that Namibia has a history of delivering peaceful and successful elections over the years. Namibia is doing quite well insofar as the SADC guidelines, principles and protocols for running electoral activities. Namibia is also doing quite well in terms of these principles of election management, monitoring and observation in the SADC region, which were revised in 2022, which we in the electoral management business use as our Bible and our guiding principle. So our assessment is that they're doing quite well. A voter registration exercise was well executed, with the ECN reaching over 90% of its target for the first time, registering over 1.4 million voters. We noted the improved communication initiatives by ECN as compared to 2019 elections. Some of the methodology that we use is we look at our 2019 recommendations and we assess the extent to which they've been taken into consideration. And on that, we noted in particular that the ECN has taken on board our recommendation to improve communication initiatives. We also noted the introduction of an innovative election management system, the establishment of political liaison committees, which allowed engagements and facilitated conflict resolution. We noted that the ECN has improved its working relationship with electoral stakeholders and that it now has a stakeholder engagement policy. We'd like to commend the ECN for that. We also noted that there was a tedious release of the election calendar, which was appreciated by all stakeholders. And we did commend the ECN for the re-registration of the political parties that had been deregistered, which enhanced inclusivity. Well done, ECN. We also noted the recruitment of unemployed youth as polling staff. Now to move to areas of concern. The following issues were raised as concerns by stakeholders. The conduct of the special vote before the publishing of the full party lists. The perception was that people ended up just voting for political parties without any knowledge of the candidates. Secondly, during special voting on 13 November, some polling stations ran out of ballot papers. Thirdly, delays in special voting process as other polling stations finished voting the following day. Number 4, delays in the procurement of the ballot paper, the subsequent procurement processes, and allegations that the ECN could have done better. Number 5, concerns were raised on increased abuse through social media via spreading of misinformation and disinformation in relation to these elections. Another area of concern, litigation processes on the deregistration of a political party and its potential impact on timing in relation to some key electoral processes. Number 7, lack of information on results management procedures and the period within which results would be announced. Number 8, political party funding allocations. The perception is that these were not extended to political parties outside Parliament, and there was stakeholder concern around that. Number 9, the existing practice where a new government is formed 4 months after election results, there was stakeholder concern that this may cause operational challenges. Number 10, concerns were raised on ECN's apparent reluctance to indicate how it would handle tendered ballots as provided for in terms of Section 98, subsection 6 of the Electoral Act. Number 11, decreasing voice of civil society organization and shrinking civic participation. Finally, concerns on adequacy of the training of polling staff in relation to the reintroduction of ballot papers. I'm sure we are all aware of the fact that for the first time in a period of about 14 years, Namibia has had to go back to the use of physical ballot paper, and concerns were that this reintroduction would cause challenges. And I'm sure those of us who were on the ground observed the challenges, the ensuing challenges. Key mission observations during the pre-polling phase: the electoral period was generally peaceful, save for very few reported isolated pockets of disturbances in some regions which the security services concerned they were monitoring closely and assured us that these were under control. There was extensive campaigning by the political parties across the country. The final political rallies, as observed in the Khomas region, were found to be peaceful and with adequate security. The accreditation process for international observers by ECN was meticulously done ahead of elections. Of the ECN to engage various electoral stakeholders, including the use of the Political Party Liaison Committee to engage political parties, resulted in an improved culture of political trust and confidence in the ECN. The recruitment of regional officials to decentralize electoral services by the ECN was noted as a progressive development. The engagement of unemployed people as electoral personnel has mixed results. On one hand, it brought in many competent young people, which is commendable. On the other hand, there were a number of presiding officers whose lack of experience was visible, and our mission will be making appropriate recommendations on how to improve that. ECN has implemented some of the recommendations that the ECF SADC Observer Mission made in 2019, which again we commend. These included, amongst others, the establishment of a formal communication platform between ECN and its stakeholders, particularly the CSO sector, including youth organizations, and we've taken note of the ECN's strengthening of voter education initiatives. During the election phase, the mission noted that special voting took place on 13 November 2024, with members of the security cluster and sea-going personnel who would be on duty on the 27th. The special voting also allowed all registered voters in the diaspora to cast their votes at the 35 Namibian diplomatic missions abroad. Our mission learned that voting took place as planned, although there were a few logistical challenges, including isolated cases of polling stations running out of ballot papers. The ECN confirmed that the use of tear gas during this process was necessary to disperse members of the security cluster who were about to disrupt the pace of the voting process. Key observations on the main polling day. On the polling day, our mission witnessed the opening procedures at 8 polling stations. The teams proceeded to observe the voting process and visited 120 polling stations and made the following key findings. Most polling stations visited opened on time, and all the stipulated opening procedures were followed. All the stations visited had adequate security and election materials, including ballot papers. Most polling stations visited started with only one voting booth, and this caused unnecessary buildup of queues, and so additional voting booths had to be requested. Most polling stations visited had long queues, and these were effectively managed mainly by the police. There was an inconsistent number of police deployed by 2 polling stations. In most of the polling stations visited, the polling staff were not uniformly identifiable, except for the presiding officers who were easily identifiable and stood out. The voters' roll was adequately managed through the use of voter verification devices in a number of polling stations. It was, however, observed that in some polling stations the VVDs froze and had to be rebooted. This was partly due or partly because the internal battery did not last long. Only one power bank was allocated, and the VVDs could not be connected directly to the mains power, and the hot temperatures caused some VVDs to overheat. This contributed to the slowing down of the voting process, with a voter in most polling stations taking an average of over 4 minutes to conclude voting, excluding the time spent in queues. The functionality of the VVDs was commendable, however. We noted that there is a risk that in the complete failure of the devices or network problems, the intended PDF backup process using the register in the devices remained inaccessible. There were 2 types of indelible ink, and our mission noted that this ink was consistently used at polling stations visited. However, the application method regarding the translucent ink varied in some polling stations. Women were highly represented as polling staff in the polling stations visited. Signage was visible at some of the polling stations visited. The presence of professional security personnel at the polling stations helped to make the process generally peaceful and orderly. Polling stations were laid out in a manner that promoted the secrecy of the ballot and the easy flow of voters. The layout was uniform across all polling stations, which is an indication of good training procedures. Well done, ECN. Most polling stations visited had dedicated or priority queues for vulnerable voters, that is the elderly, pregnant women, persons with disabilities and nursing mothers, and voters requiring assistance. International and domestic observers were seen at some polling stations and were accorded unhindered access. Political party agents were present at most of the polling stations visited, but they were not easily identifiable. Party agents appeared to be conversant with the voting process and were actively observing the process. The mission observed the following in relation to closing procedures. Some polling stations visited closed on time. In some cases, there was inadequate boundary designation of the polling station, thereby making it difficult to be sure who was in the queue at the time of closing. The closing procedures were followed in the presence of observers and party agents, and all voters who were in the queue at the time of closing were allowed to vote. The public statement and the press release issued by ECN on the 27th of November 2024 was not clearly understood by presiding officers, according to our observation. The mission was not able to make conclusive observations in relation to counting and results management processes. On lessons learned, in line with its mandate of promoting and strengthening election management bodies in the SADC countries, the ECF SADC presents the following lessons drawn from the 2024 presidential and National Assembly elections of the Republic of Namibia. Firstly, the professionalism of the Electoral Commission of Namibia in the handling of electoral matters facilitated confidence building in the electoral process. A speedy accreditation process and well-packaged information for observers through innovation, that is the QR code. Technological advancements of ECN, in particular the introduction of integrated election management system, the use of tablets to manage voters' roll during polling day is a positive development in innovative elections. The introduction of youth ambassadors and recruitment and participation of young people as polling staff is a progressive initiative. The fifth lesson learned was the segregation of registration data by gender, age, and persons with disability, and their prioritization in voting queues. We took note that this promoted and promotes inclusive elections. Our key recommendations. The mission's findings, conclusions, and recommendations are based on consultations held with key stakeholders during the immediate period before the elections, a review of Namibia's legal framework for elections, and direct observation of the opening, voting, and counting processes in polling stations. The ECF SADC mission therefore makes the following key recommendations for consideration by relevant stakeholders. Number one, the need to enact legislation in terms of the management of the court cases for concluding election-related cases. Number two, enactment of data protection law to guide ECN policy framework on cybersecurity, access to information, and data protection. Number three, the need to enact legislation that specifically outlines the reasonable time frame for results announcement and not to leave the matter to the discretion of the ECN. Number four, the need to enact legislation that establishes a register of political parties to relieve the ECN of such a mandate which seemingly compromises the independence of the Commission. Number five, to review electoral law to introduce polling station-based voting to reduce the logistical challenges experienced by the Commission, including enhanced proper planning. On logistics, our recommendations are that there is a need to improve the timely and adequate distribution of election materials to polling stations. There is a need to devise a strategy to manage unpredictable voting numbers since the country is treated as one constituency on polling day. There is a need to put signage on all polling stations at least a day before polling to allow voters to familiarize with their polling stations and for ease of identification by observers who visit to assess pre-polling preparations. Number 4, there is need to have uniforms or polling vests for polling staff for ease of identification. It was observed that in most polling stations only the presiding officer was identifiable. There is need to consider having simply designed badges or wristbands written party agent for ease of identification and role clarity in the polling station. Number 6, there is need for consistency in the administration of some of the election processes at polling stations, such as the number of polling booths to use at the polling stations. Number 7, there is need to provide accessible facilities to facilitate voting by persons with disabilities. And finally, number 8, to consider recruitment of queue marshals to manage the admission of voters at polling stations. In some of our SADC countries, we call them ushers. Our observations on the functionality of voter verification devices. The use of technology to enhance electoral processes is a welcome innovation. It is, however, important that the ECN ensures that the VVDs are ready for use to avoid delays during voting. On disinformation and misinformation, there is need for the ECN to have strategies to mitigate misinformation and disinformation and to build partnerships with the mainstream media and social media platforms. I'm sure all of us have observed all the misinformation and disinformation around the extension of the voting and what is happening. So I think our recommendation would be that there needs to be a conclusive policy and framework in place for managing that in future. On training of polling officials, the ECN should consider maintaining a database of trained polling officials and continue to engage them for future elections during by-elections. In conclusion, the ECF SADC mission congratulates the people of the Republic of Namibia on the manner in which they conducted themselves during the electoral period. They were able to exercise their democratic right to express their choice. The contesting political parties are commended for their role during the electoral period. Generally, they showed a spirit of tolerance and ensured that their supporters remained calm and restrained throughout the election period. The ECF SADC mission acknowledges the tremendous efforts of the Electoral Commission of Namibia in preparing for the 2024 presidential and National Assembly elections. The mission acknowledges the update by ECN dated 28 November 2024 on progress of polling and results management and notice of continuation of voting in identified polling stations on 29 and 30 November 2024. The mission encourages the ECN to discharge its duties accordingly. The mission commends all electoral stakeholders, including civil society organizations and youth ambassadors appointed by ECN for their contribution to voter education. As the electoral process is not yet complete, the ECF SADC encourages the people of the Republic of Namibia to remain tolerant and peaceful while awaiting the outcome of the election results. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Honorable Justice. That was the statement for the Electoral Commission's Forum of Southern African Countries Observation Mission, delivered by Honorable Justice Priscilla Makanyara Chigumba, Chairperson of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, who is also serving as the head of the Electoral Commission's Forum for Southern African Countries Observation Mission to the Republic of Namibia's elections. It is now my pleasure to call upon Honorable Tsepo Moneti, former President of the Senate of the Kingdom of Lesotho, to deliver his statement on behalf of the African Center for Governance Election Mission to the Presidential and National Assembly elections of the Republic of Namibia. Honorable, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director, Ms. Aneta. Honorable Ain Makinda, Head of SADC Electoral Observation Mission. Honorable Her Excellency Special Kazibe, Head of the African Union Electoral Observation Mission. And Honorable Justice Priscilla Chigumba, and all protocol observed. And may I be allowed, before I start with my statement, to make a personal observation. And I'm making a humble request that this observation of mine should not be misinterpreted as if I'm into women or I like women. But I should say it is an honor that the African continent is starting to give recognition and acknowledging women leaders. As we see, most of the observation mission leaders are women, and it's a positive side, which is highly commendable, because women are as good.
This is what you do.
And I honestly and believe this is only the beginning of good things to come and give women recognition they deserve. The preliminary statement. This preliminary statement of the African Center for Governance Election Observation Mission is delivered before the completion of the entire electoral process. Critical stages remain, including the conclusion of the vote casting, tabulation of results, results announcement, and observing the post-election environment. The AGCEOM can only comment on the observations undertaken to date and will later publish a final report, including a full analysis and recommendations to the Electoral Commission of Namibia, ECN. The ACGEO may also make an additional statements on election-related matters as and when it considers appropriate. Introduction and background. The African Center for Governance Election Observation Mission is an independent Pan-African election observation mission. On the 7th November 2024, Electoral Commission of Namibia invited ACG to observe the election scheduled for 27 November 2024. The ACG was invited to serve the elections in line with its mandate of strengthening electoral processes and good governance principles across Africa. Observers were drawn from academic, civil society organizations, as well as youth and media organizations. Deployment strategy. The mission's deployment period was from 20th November 2024 and will continue until the 2nd December 2024. The mission comprised 38 delegates from SADC member countries and 14 teams deployed to all 14 regions of the country. 3 principles and guidelines for election observation. The ACG is guided by the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, Governance. the Declaration on Principles Governing Democratic Elections in Africa, the Guidelines for African Union Electoral Observation and Monitoring Missions, the revised SADC Principles and Guidelines for Governing Democratic Elections 2021, the Declaration of Principles for International Election Observation 2005, in addition to and consistent with the above values of impartiality, neutrality, transparency, and objective in its assessment of elections. Number 4, terms of reference for the ACG mission. The ACG was guided by the following terms of reference. 1, to assess the preparedness of the Electoral Commission of Namibia to conduct credible elections. 2, to observe the pre-election environment. 3, to observe election environment. 4, to assess elections in Namibia comply with the international and regional standards of democratic elections, as well as the Constitution and the Electoral Act of Namibia. 5, to evaluate, process, and make recommendations that would contribute to the improvement of electoral management in Namibia. Number 5, methodology of the observation and activities undertaken. The mission employed complementary data collection methods, which included the following. 1, review of legal instruments on the conduct of elections. 2, review of electronic and print media. 3, meetings with the key electoral stakeholders. 4, observing the pre-election environment and campaign rallies. 5, observing voting processes. 6, observing vote counting and results management. 7, post-election day observation. The objectives. The ACG undertook various activities, including briefing and training of its observers to ensure that they are well informed about election observation, as well as the socio-political context of Namibia. The ACG, before 27th November election, the mission conducted a pre-election assessment and met several electoral stakeholders to get an understanding of the country's preparedness for the elections. Upon arrival in the country, the EOM further prioritize re-engagement with the electoral stakeholders met during the election assessment mission. The mission attended the briefing of the head of missions organized by SOMS and AU during and after the election day. These activities undertaken by the ACG EOM enabled the mission to comprehensively document information to assess the administration and management of the 27 November elections. 5, political context. Historically, Namibia has always had peaceful elections with no serious electoral violence. Citizens of Namibia have always demonstrated values of peace and are known to be exemplary among African citizens. The November elections were anticipated to take place in a calm and peaceful environment. Namibian citizens and most stakeholders who met with the ACG expressed confidence in the administration of the electoral process and the institutions administering justice in the country. 6, the legal framework for elections. Stakeholders who met with ACG expressed satisfaction with the existing legal framework for elections as contained in the Constitution of Namibia and the Electoral Act No. 5 of 2014, alongside other supporting laws of the Republic of Namibia. Independence of the ECN and its preparedness. Electoral Commission of Namibia, ECN, informed ACG that its activities were fully funded by the government and it received the required funds for running and managing the 2024 Presidential and National Assembly elections. According to the ECN, its preparedness for conducting the 2024 Presidential and National Assembly elections was organized in 3 phases, namely the pre-election, election and post-election periods. The ECN assured the ACG that it had developed an electoral calendar after the 2019 and 2020 national elections to prepare for the 2024 election. The mission observed that ECN kept stakeholders informed on critical phases of the electoral process leading to the election day. 8. The security environment. The ACG observed that the ECN collaborated with the Namibian police force through its implementation of the electoral calendar to date. As a result, no hotspots were recorded. Voter registration as number 9. Namibia has a population approximately over 3 million with 1.4 million, 90% being eligible to vote. Item number 10, contesting political parties and candidates. 21 political parties are contesting in the National Assembly elections, while 15 presidential candidates are nominated to contest the presidential vote. One of the 15 contesting for elections, only one candidate is a woman. Item number 11, party and campaign finance. Currently, Namibia has laws to regulate the funding of political activities during elections. However, there is a gap in terms of disclosure and accountability of the private funds received by political parties. There is no transparency on campaigning finance, as only parties with seats in Parliament are obliged to submit audited reports to the ECN and Parliament for scrutiny. However, transparency for private funding of parties is not enforced, although the Electoral Act Section 141 stipulates that ECN may require parties to divulge funds, whether foreign or domestic. Item number 12, the role of media. According to the World Press Freedom Index, the media is considered to be largely free to do its work in Namibia and ranks second in the free press. Stakeholders acknowledge that coverage of electoral processes so far has, to a large extent, been free, as there was case in some of the previous elections. Item number 13, civil society organizations. The ACG has noted that civil society organizations, CSOs, are involved in providing civic and voter education to the general public. CSOs rely on donor funding, which has positively helped to do their work. The CSOs have been active and have reasonably deployed domestic observers across the country. Item number 13, findings of the first election day, 27 November 2024. Mission observations. 13.1a, polling station coverage. All our teams observed the opening of polling station, with the majority being 80% located in the urban areas and 40% in the rural locations. The opening covered all 14 regions of the country. The poll opening. Most polling stations opened at 7 a.m., except a few where electronic voter verification machine malfunctioned and polling officials failed to log in timelessly due to network challenges, which consequently delayed the setting up of the polling stations. Our observers were granted access to all polling stations. C. Polling officials. Each polling station had 7 to 8 polling officials, amongst whom the majority were women and could only be identified by their badges. Our team observed some of the ECN officials did not properly communicate the opening procedures to observers and party agents before opening, rather spoke among themselves until it was time to open. There was also no form for observers to sign up on arrival and at their departure, and all polling stations observed. The polling atmosphere. Our teams observed that the opening of the polling station took place in a calm environment, and voter turnout at the opening was high with lengthy queues. E. Security presence. Security agents were visibly present outside and inside all polling stations visited. Their conduct deemed generally professional. However, our teams observed that police officers were overly involved in the voting process, instead of ECN officials. Maybe one reason that I would comment anything that involves women is like this one. Though there's absolutely nothing wrong. This is my voice. But normally when it's your first time to hear it, because it's on voicemail, might be difficult. Might be difficult at times to grasp what I'm saying. But honestly, there is absolutely nothing. That is how my voice is like. You see, that's one advantage of having women mostly. They are concerned. And let me take this opportunity also to apologize to people who might not be hearing properly on this hoarse voice. I was on the issue of police, where I was saying, however, our teams observed that police officers were overly involved in the voting process instead of ECN officials. F. Campaign activities. No campaign activities were observed close to the polling station. Accessibility for voters. Most polling stations were accessible to voters. However, some, especially at schools and hill of informal areas, access challenge were observed for people with disability. 13.2, voting procedures. The voting materials. Our observers noted that from the opening of the polling stations to midday, most polling stations had the required voting materials, with some polling stations relying on emergency redistribution of materials. Secrets of ballot. The proper layout of the polling station guaranteed the secrets of the vote and hence the easy flow of voting operations. C. Women, youth and elderly participation. The mission noted high participation of youth as polling staff, youth and elderly persons were present in queues at polling stations. Observed. Female youth played an important role, principally as election personnel and as party agents in all polling stations. Observed. 13.3, closing and counting. Polling station observed did not close at 9 p.m. after an ECN directive instructed voting to continue beyond 9 p.m. This resulted in voting ending only in the early hours of the next day. This consequently affected the observation of the closing and counting process, as some polling stations could only start counting results after getting instructions from their returning officers after 7 a.m. the next morning. 14. Challenge and areas of concern. 1. Ballot paper shortages. Polling stations in some regions reported shortage of ballot papers, leading to significant delays in voting process. The larger urban areas of the country were affected most. Temporary polling station closures to material shortages frustrated voters and further delayed the process. 2. The malfunctioning voter verification machines. Electronic voter verification machines overheated and required frequent resets in areas like Windhoek or Gahanja, causing significant delays. The electorate bringing old voter registration cards or wrong identification documents led to long queues and registration, with some abandoning the process. This scenario also shows a significant gap in voter education. Long queues and waiting times. Voters waited for hours, many resorting to makeshift shade under boxes due to intense heat. Some voters in regions such as Khomas and Erongo waited for up to 10 hours, while in the majority of regions, an average voter waited for more than 6 hours, with many expressing determination to vote despite the exhaustion. Accessibility issues. Elderly, disabled voters faced challenges at polling stations in rural areas like Umusatu and Omahe to inadequate infrastructure and facilities. In urban and informal areas, they were not given priority and had to stand in long queues and heat for many hours. 5. Inconsistent voting procedures. Observers reported inconsistency in the application of voting procedures in most regions where voter identification checks were not formally enforced, as well as ballot casting procedures and vote counting. 6. Frustration and walkouts. In most regions, some voters abandoned queues due to slow pace caused by repeated technical failures. 7. Impact of heat on voters. Extreme heat in regions like Oshikoto and Erongo exacerbated frustrations, with some voters leaving without casting their ballots. 8. public fatigue and hunger. In Windhoek, voters reported waiting for over 10 hours, and many complained of fatigue and hunger, but remained determined to vote. 9. Limited media coverage in remote areas. Observers in rural areas noted minimal media presence, leaving voters uninformed about updates and alternative solutions to delays. 10. Overworked electoral staff. Our observer noted that polling staff members in most regions worked late into the night to accommodate extended voting hours, leading to significant fatigue due to vote counting. 11. Emergency redistribution efforts. Our teams observed that the emergency redistribution by ECN in some polling stations was successful. However, this did not significantly address the shortage of ballot papers at most polling stations nationwide, which significantly delayed the voting process. Commendable practices. The 2024 Namibian general election demonstrated the nation's strong commitment to democracy with peaceful and largely orderly voting process observed across most regions. However, operational including ballot shortages, malfunctioning equipment, long queues, and accessibility issues highlight some areas for improvement in future elections. Therefore, the following best practices were led in the 2024 presidential and national assembly elections in Namibia. The ACG commends the Namibian citizens, particularly the young and women, for showing up and withstanding procedural challenges on voting day in the interest of participating and protecting the country's democracy. 2. ACG commends ECN for the efforts made to disclose information during the various phases of the election cycle. 3. The ACG commends political party for good conduct and promoting peaceful elections. 4. The ACG commends ECN for inviting international observers which exhibited high levels of transparency. 5. The ACG commends the Namibian police force for managing law and order. 6. The voter registration exercise was well executed, with ECN reaching over 90% eligible voters. Unprecedented in Namibian history, registering over 1.4 million voters. 7. Establishment of political liaison committee by ECN allowed engagements and conflict resolution with political parties. 8. The ECN had a well-drafted and easy-to-follow election calendar. 9. Consideration, recruitment, and the use of unemployed youth as a polling staff is a significant best practice and a yardstick for the conduct of elections on the African continent. Key recommendations. The mission's findings, conclusions, and recommendations are based on the consultations held with the key stakeholders and observations. Therefore, makes the following recommendations for consideration by the relevant stakeholders. Under 16.1, recommendations to the Electoral Commission of Namibia, ECN. 1. Enhancing political preparedness and administration. Review and revise the operational processes of voters' registration and polling to address challenges identified, such as shortages of voting materials and malfunctioning of EVVMS, in line with the Electoral Act number 5 of 2014, section 9, 1 in bracket and B in bracket, which mandates the ECN to ensure smooth and credible electoral operations. B, establish contingency mechanism to prevent material shortages and voting delays. C, leverage the electoral cycle efficiently to ensure adequate time is allocated for pre-election phase, election phase, and post-election phase activities. Two, strengthening voter technology. Conduct comprehensive system audits and stress tests of EVVMs ahead of elections to prevent technical malfunctions. This is critical under Section 10 of the Electoral Act, which obligates the ECN to ensure the reliability of electoral technology. 3, improving voter education. Implement extensive voter education campaigns as per Section 49, 3 in bracket of the Electoral Act, focusing on polling and counting procedures, proper documentation for voting, and the role of EVVMS to reduce errors and frustrations on election day. 4, infrastructure enhancements. Increase the number of polling stations, booths to reduce voter waiting times, particularly in densely populated urban areas. B, improve accessibility at polling stations for persons with disabilities and elderly voters, aligning with the Namibia's commitment to inclusive electoral participation as per Article 10 of the Constitution of Namibia on equality and non-discrimination. 5, registration and transparency. Introduce a system to register voters to specific polling stations and publicly display the voters' roll in advance as per Section 26 of the Electoral Act to streamline voting and improve accountability. 6, uniformity and professionalism. Require polling officials to wear identifiable uniforms and name badges for clarity and professionalism in accordance with Section 13(1) in bracket and G of the Electoral Act, which promotes transparency in the electoral process. B, training of polling officials should be conducted in a timely manner to ensure professional conduct and management of voting process in compliance with Section 65 of the Electoral Act. Seven, health and welfare considerations. Health and welfare considerations. It is very important. Provide adequate shelter and refreshments at polling stations to mitigate the impact of extreme weather conditions, aligning with the Namibia's labor and health safety regulations under Gazette number 6147 on public service standards. 16.2, recommendations now to the government of the Republic of Namibia. A, electoral reforms. Undertake a comprehensive electoral reforms to address gaps in the campaign finance regulation, transparency and accountability as stipulated under Section 141 of the Electoral Act. Enhance provision for domestic and international observer accreditation and participation as recommended in the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, Article 19. B, promote promote peace and security, ensure that mechanisms to maintain peace during and after elections are strengthened, leveraging Article 6 and 8 of the Constitution of Namibia that uphold the rule of law and security for all citizens. C, adequate resource allocation. Guarantee sufficient funding and logistical support to the ECN for timely preparation, training and management of election as required by Section 3, Subsection 2 of the Electoral Act. 16.3, recommendation to political parties. A, gender representation. Commit to enhancing women's presentation by actively promoting female candidates and leaders in line with the Constitution of Namibia, Article 95, A in brackets, which encourages the promotion of gender equality. Policy transparency, BMB, release the party manifesto early to inform voters and strengthen democratic accountability, aligning with the principle outlined in the Declaration of Principles for International Election Observation 2005. Strengthening dialogue. Utilize inter-party liaison committees for proactive conflict resolutions and dialogue as stipulated in the revised SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections 2020. In conclusion now, the ACGEMO congratulates the people of Republic of Namibia on how they conducted themselves during the electoral period. As the electoral process is not yet complete, the ACGEMO is unable to take a position as yet on the electoral process. This is because many critical stages, including extended voting days, are still pending. However, the mission encourages the people of the Republic of Namibia to remain tolerant and peaceful as they exercise their democratic right by continuing with voting until the 30th November 2024. The mission also encourages the people of Namibia to demonstrate patience as they wait for the outcome of the election results on date yet to be announced by the ECN. I thank you. And mostly with your patience. And I'm not yet sure whether I should be characterized as disabled or not. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. I know that we're going to have to distribute the statements in case some of you missed some of the key recommendations that were stated from the ACG. That was the last statement, which was delivered by Honorable Tsepo Moneti, former President of the Senate of the Kingdom of Lesotho, on behalf of the African Center for Governance, Election Observation Mission to the Presidential and National Assembly elections of the Republic of Namibia. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, we have now received all the preliminary statements from the International Election Observation Missions in accordance with our programs for this morning. I extend my deepest gratitude to Your Excellencies and Honorables for the delivery of the on the findings from the respective election observation missions to the Republic of Namibia. Distinguished delegates, the preliminary statements, like I alluded to earlier, they will be distributed in hard copies, and I've seen that AU have already started distributing with the QR code for you to access the preliminary statements. And then they will also be made available on the respective websites of the election observation missions, or rather institutions that have delivered preliminary statements. We have now come to the end of the presentation of the statements, and we will now take this opportunity to address questions from the media and the House. We have a roving mic which will be passed around. If I may ask my colleagues from the SADC Secretariat to assist me to rove the mic as we go into the Q&A session. Those who want to pose a question, please kindly indicate to do so by raising your hand, and the mic will be brought to your seat, and we can commence with the Q&A session. We kindly also request that questions be precise, and please let's keep the questions short as we are already running out of time. So we would like to have this session for 20 minutes. To pose a question, SADC Secretariat, are you around with the roving mics? Okay. May we start the Q&A session, please? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Nixon Katembo from Channel Africa, SABC, South African Broadcasting Corporation. My question to Honorable Dr. Speciosa Wandera Kazibwe and Madam Speaker Anne. Overall, would you consider these elections as free and fair according to the assessment that you have made, owing to the challenge that you have just presented in your findings? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can we are going to have one round of questions before we hand over to the head of missions. Yes, sir.
Hi, hello. I'm Ernest Collitz from the Daily Maverick. We spoke earlier to some legal practitioners that said the extension of this election, particularly pertaining to the president's declaration, is not within the electoral the electoral law of the country. Does the observer mission have any comment?
Thank you, sir. Can we take one last question before we hand over? Yes, sir, there at the back.
My name is Manuel Ngaringombe. I'm one of the stakeholders, a leader of Secretary General of one of the parties participating called PDM. I was listening to the challenges by that's the last speaker, and I want to ask a question. Are you sure that the challenges that you mentioned of these elections you really have bring out all the challenges that Namibians have experienced during these elections? And then I want to go with the first speaker. On your preliminary finding, all the observer missions here today, are you going to assure us that your preliminary report that so far you are declaring the Namibian elections as free, fair, and transparent? We want to hear that preliminary report of yours before you come also with your final ones. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to hand over to the heads of missions to please respond to the three questions that were posed, and after that we'll take it back to the floor if there are any further questions or comments. Your Excellencies, Honorables, the floor is yours to respond to the questions.
Good afternoon. Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No, I hear no that side. So, thank you very much to the heads of missions preliminary statements and the questions that have been posed. Elias Mavos is my name, SADC Executive Secretary. The first question, I think, is from SABC. With our observations so far, the elections free and fair, I think it's the same as the last question. So I'll combine those two. The PDM one, I think it's SG PDM. SADC, and I'll speak for SADC here. Our observation is pre-election, during the election, which is what we did, and continues, because the election process is continuing, and post-election. Post-election, our mission ends 30 days from when the election was conducted. This is what the head of mission highlighted. At this stage, we cannot make a declaration, and we said that in our statement, that the elections are free, fair, credible, and all those statements that are sitting in this document. After we've done pre-election and post, as is our standard practice, that is when we can pronounce ourselves, as we've done in the past, even in 2019, to say, yes, the elections were fair here if they were fair, and if they are not fair, we indicate where and why. And that includes the number, whether it's covered everybody else or less than the number that actually had registered. So we can't make that pronouncement at this stage. And let's also understand this is not the final report. It still remains, the underlying word is preliminary. It's a preliminary statement, a preliminary assessment, because the observation is still continuing. Even as we speak right now, people are observing those elections that are continuing in the 36 polling stations. My apologies. So that is what I was going to answer there. Daily Maverick, I think that's it. You asked if the extension, you are stating that it is not covered. This one I think I would allow for the lawyers or those that understand the legal to this. What SADC says, if you look at our guidelines and our statement, is that when we observe elections, we are guided by the Constitution, the electoral law, and the SADC guidelines. Those are the tenets that we use to guide our own observation. The assumption that is made is that every decision, every process that is made in the country, including any extensions, they should find space in the law, the Constitution of the country. And if it is not with your own observation, we trust that all the stakeholders that are involved will deal with that matter in the appropriate way, if they also have to follow whatever legal processes they must. But our expectation is that everything else that is done, whether by the electoral management body, the government of the day, they are within the confines of the law. So I'm not aware, or we are not aware as SADC, but I stand to be corrected. They will still check that and make sure that if it is not, how it's going to be addressed. As this one was, I think it was for the other, yes. Let me stop you.
I don't think I have anything to add. Like I said earlier, this is my 11th observation mission. I've led 10 and one I was supporting. I have to say is similar to what he has said. And like an African woman, I cannot ask somebody whether they are full when I've just put the food on the table. And this is what is happening in Namibia now. I speak like a villager. So this thing of free and fair, you can put a meal on the table, and depending on the taste of somebody, they will say, this is hot, this is savory, this is too sweet, this is not enough for salt. So our job, what we can say now, is that Namibians have been very peaceful Really, and I think we should clap for them. Yes, that one we are not going to wait for the 30 days after. Yes, that one we've declared. The elections have been peaceful before and after. And we say in the African languages that if you've not moved around, you think your mother is the best cook. But those of us who have moved around have really seen elections which have not been peaceful, and we are supposed to be there. So this is what I can say about the free and fair will be after everybody has actually voted, the voting is going on. Now, even the issue of the legal, from my little diploma knowledge of law, you know, none of us, even our justice here, cannot pronounce in a jurisdiction which is not theirs. The only people are the judges of this country to declare whether whatever anybody has done is within the laws of Namibia. So even if you are a politician or what, if you are not a judge, you better go to the law school and become a judge first. I'm talking like a politician because for me, I'm an old woman, 70 years. And I have been in politics and I know all the tricks involved in these things. So you cannot tell me, oh, this is this. I know everything. So none of us can do that. So you take the issues through the legal processes, and the Namibian judge will make a declaration. And according to the law, there is a Simanyi law court or high court. The high court will declare. So you are within Namibia, live according to the laws of Namibia. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would just like to agree with everything that the previous speakers have said, particularly what was said by the SADC Secretariat. As you know, when we observe elections, we are guided by the SADC principles. We are also guided by the AU Charter. We are also governed by our own principles of election. So basically, the position is that when we observe elections, we do so in terms of the Code of Conduct for Observers, which is provided by the ECN. We also, election observation is a process. So basically what the previous speakers are saying is that the process is incomplete, because ordinarily preliminary statements are observation of, even before announcement of results, if we have observed polling day, this is when we can make proper preliminary statements. So these are preliminary in the sense that we are commenting on what we have observed, but because the process is incomplete and inconclusive, it then becomes procedurally inappropriate to make any binding declarations, as it were. I do also want to echo the sentiments that all the observers were impressed by the peaceful nature, the patience of the Namibian people, and that we do urge them to follow appropriate dispute resolution procedures in the event that they find dissatisfactory. On the legal process, again, my sister is also very, very correct. It would be inappropriate sitting at this podium for any of us to try and unravel the intricacies of Namibian electoral law and make declarations to the effect that whether or not the extension of the voting process is legal in terms of the electoral law of Namibia is for Namibian judges to conclusively pronounce themselves on. It would be irresponsible for us to make opinions. I'm sure the person responsible for the question was quoted from some lawyers. Just put three learned friends in one room and ask them to agree on a question, and you realize why it's inappropriate. Each of them will have a different interpretation. That's why we leave that to the court. That is the responsible methodology, and we do encourage those who are ultimately dissatisfied to seek recourse in the courts and in the manner provided by the Electoral Act.
I'll now give over to my brother.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't get your name clearly, but I you are representing a political party. My answer is a simple no, but what we did in our statement, we have raised problems that we have, and that is the only thing we do.
Thank you. Can we not, if you would like to talk, please ask for the floor, and we'll gladly bring the roving mic to you. Sir, would you like to take the floor? Okay, so we are going for the second round of questions. Behind you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Your Excellencies and all dignitaries. Want to know the mandates or the powers that are within these commissions. The high table of integrity is a powerful table, as it was stated. And at the end of your work, you want to tell this Namibian nation, SADC, Africa, and the world that you are so much toothless. When you see things that are wrong, you turn a blind eye to it. I might not have quoted.
Sir, before you proceed, can you please introduce yourself and the institution where you are from? Thank you.
I'm Percy Kapukare, Namibian, born by birth. Yeah.
Okay, so you are here in your personal,
yes.
in your personal individual capacity. Okay, thank you. You may continue.
Yeah. So I would want to know, bringing in a large number of Africans to come and observe, perhaps a liberation of Africans that are being oppressed in a certain way, and you want to pack and go without fixing what you have observed and let it be seen as if it all is right, because it's a sugar coat that I have heard from the high table.
So do you have a question, or you are just making comments?
I'm commenting. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if the comments going to be responded to, but otherwise, can we please go to the next? Oh, thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
It's all right. I'm Teresia. I represent the Namibia Economic Freedom Fighters. I have a comment on what I heard about ECN. One is that the observers noted that preliminary ECN was ready. Now that after the 27th, the voting process is not done in Namibia, are you still convinced that the process ECN was ready? Secondly, I learned of the accentuations that ECN is applauded for re-registering a political party that they deregistered unlawfully. I just want to note that ECN didn't re-register the said political party. The political party in question fought to get a re-registration, and it was hard. Of course, the re-registration then took place. Finally, if there was a process, right, any issue to be presented, if there was any issue, it was to be represented through legal procedures. I just want to understand from our observers, do you believe that the extension of the voting process was done lawfully? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm not sure the last question, I think it was responded to. But I would like to find out from the floor if we have any further question. Yes, sir, there at the back. Kindly introduce yourself, institution you are representing, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Steve Kevano, and I'm a Namibian citizen. I don't represent any institution, but I have a concern. I quoted my mother there speaking about we need to study law. We are in politics, not in for decoration, but we are in politics because we want a better Namibia. We want to change our country. But the same law is the same law that is oppressing us. I remember back in 2009 or 2010, we had a case that we started with a high court, ended up at a Supreme Court. The case was listened to and all the irregularity was found, was mentioned in the High Court, in the Supreme Court. For them to give us a date to listen to the judgment of the case, just for us to be hit with a technicality. Now, any event of such, there might be proof to this election, and we take it into court. Is it not going to repeat itself that whether we have evidence, the case will be nullified based on technicality? Now, on those reasons, can perhaps SADC, if there's a SADC court that has to do with election, if we deemed it fit, not necessary, or we are not satisfied with the outcome of whatever court in the land, is there a room for us to take this case to SADC court that has to do with election? We are happy that the election observer from SADC, they are here. Now I want to get the answer from the SADC itself. Come that point or that time when we are not happy with the outcome that we are going to get from our own judge or from our court, is there room that can give justice to us as Namibians from the SADC? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have... Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. My name is Barry Rukoro. I'm on the SWAN list of prospective parliamentarians. May I please ask you guys who are not Namibian not to clap, because you are clapping for your own reports. So, one, yes. You see, now I understand why the Electoral Commission of Namibia is so relaxed, so unprofessional, and so arrogant, and so ineffective. Is because of this kind of reports that you come here and submit and read to us and read to them. That's why they make the same mistakes that they make 5 years ago, by your own admission. Because you come here and glorify them, tell us that they are very professional. How do they then improve if they are already glorified? It's your mistakes. You must not come here and glorify an institution that has failed to manage a group of 200 soldiers. 200 soldiers could not vote in one day. They voted until the next day. And a few days later, 27th of November comes, and what do? You still call them professional. You still call them professional after you have seen what happened in that mini election. You still call them professional, effective, and glorify them. How then? This is why we are where Africa is today. That's why we don't grow, because the institutions that comes here, observe, they are afraid to tell truth to power. You are afraid to do that. Why? Because some of you depend on these allowances. You are coming here to earn allowances. Make sure that 5 years later, you come here and earn them again. You are not here to help Namibians. You are not here to help us having free and fair elections. Get yourself right. Don't cultivate this African mafia brotherhood, sisterhood of yours here. Please.
Thank you, sir. I guess that was just a comment.
That was a comment.
Thank you,
and you
sir.
don't clap. Don't clap. You
Thank
are not
you, sir.
Namibians. You don't know what we are going through.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Do we have any other? Yes.
Hi, it's from Daily Maverick again. All of the recommendations you guys presented here spoke to the ECN's core functions, with the exception of civic education. Would you say that the Commission in its current form is competent to run elections?
Thank you. Can I please hand over to the head table? Heads of missions, if you can please respond to the questions that were posed. If you feel like maybe to the comments as well, the floor is yours. Thank you. Sir, please switch on the mic. I think there's a button.
Thank you very much to the questions on the second round. Maybe let me start with where is that one? There's somebody who spoke about the court. What is that? Yes. Somebody, Dave Kenan, if I think I've got the name well. Please pardon me if I didn't get it well. It's a concern you've raised, that your laws in the country are oppressive. You might lose in the courts if the judge, or you will not be happy with the judge if I heard you well. Does SADC or SADC have a court, and specifically for elections? We don't have a SADC, a court, but deals with elections. We have a SADC tribunal, which is currently administrative, which is to be a tribunal that was broad, but was adjusted or amended by the member states themselves. It's now purely administrative. But in terms of the court dealing with elections, the simple answer is that we don't have. There is no such a court. And I need to explain something here, how SADC operates. And I think it will also touch with what Berry, the prospective parliamentarian, I think that he calls himself that way. SADC is a body of 16 member states who've decided to come together to form the bloc called SADC. And as they came together, they agreed on certain set of principles that guide how they relate, how they collaborate, how they integrate, and how they pass either laws, protocols between themselves, so that they coexist together and they develop together. So we do have the treaty that set us up. We do have protocols that guide all the various structures and processes for us to execute the very mandate I was talking to earlier on. Now, in there, we do have what we've agreed, again as the member states, as the 16 countries, that when it comes to elections, this is the document that will guide us. So to the extent to which anyone or every one of the member states meets this, or the extent to which they lack Our job as an observation mission is to use this as a yardstick. We're in Namibia right now. We're in Botswana and Mauritius a few weeks ago. We used the same yardstick that determines how close or comprehensive or complete Namibia is to these guidelines, or how far it is. Our job is to do that. We are not a carrot and stick body. We are not a commission that actually comes with a stick when a member state falls short. If you go through all the summit decisions, all the summit engagement, SADC encourages member states. The decision, the changing of the laws, and everything else is within the member states themselves. And within the member states, we believe as SADC, there are structures and processes of all stakeholders involved to cause for those changes to happen. And it's the citizens themselves that have to play the lead for these things to happen. SADC would not come in, and I believe we can just guide in terms of what member states have signed themselves up for. For SADC, this is what Namibia has committed itself to. I, as Namibia, I will abide by this. And I believe at the African Union, there are those as well that Namibia would have done so. So to the extent...
excuse me, with all due respect, can we please just allow the House to respond to the questions? Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me again? Yes, I'm back. So, for SADC, we are not here to glorify anybody. We are here to use this and come up with a statement, preliminary as we've done today, and a final report. If you look at our previous report, they will state those things that have been done and those things that are still outstanding that have not been done. And I think one of the missions here, I think is the African Union, that stated what was not, or what was recommended in the previous election, so that they carry you along as the citizens of this country. So, if you say the ECN is hello? Yes, this is very close to sabotage, and so the ECN, we leave it to yourself to make that determination, and you've made very serious statements about it. We leave that to yourselves to be able to make a determination how far, how effective or not it is. I believe, sir, that SADC is here to help Namibia and Namibians like yourselves. As I said, we've got these guidelines. In some member states, they are working very well for a very good reason, and that's why they are called benchmarks. And the mission's role is to produce the reports and encourage the respective stakeholders to do the needful. And that includes the citizens themselves to play their part and make sure the changes are done. We do not come here to demand for those changes to be made. Is still not ready? Or do we feel now, Teresa, I think you said, now that we have observed, do we say the ECN is still not ready? The elections are still ongoing as far as we are concerned, and we still want to see, particularly as an example, where there were shortages of ballot papers in this extended period, how they will deal with those for us to conclude ultimately that indeed we feel they were done correctly and they followed the principle or the preparations fairly well. What is it? Yeah, I think that's if the ECN is competent, yeah, I think I've covered that under the very same one. Let me stop here.
You know, can the people who say who make comments stand see them again? Can you please stand up? You called me mama, somebody else? We are mamas. Now, you are standing. Yes. And there was another one. You know, one of the reasons the women of Africa have been clamoring to be at the table in politics is to bring a culture of Ubuntu, a culture of dialogue, a culture of manners. Africans are mannerful people. So you cannot stand there and then look at us here. I'm 70 years old, very independent woman. And you say I come here because of allowance? No. Please be courteous. And I'm saying this because there's also another group of politicians that we met, and they walked out. And they think they walk out, Specios and I is going to cry. I have seen worse things than you. I was nurtured during the days of Idi Amin. Have you ever heard of that man? You are joking. Yes. So, is when the rest of Africa comes here. Even if you want to be a parliamentarian, when you get people coming to your country, they are bringing money. That is also tourism, if I may educate you. Now, the other thing is, don't get into politics in this age, thinking somebody is going to teach you. These things of your modern age, generation X, Z, and whatever. For us, we are generation Y. Go to the internet, find knowledge, and please be courteous. Because when you get to parliament, I'm telling you, you will find me coming here to teach you about parliament. I was there for many years, as a minister, as a member of parliament, as a village leader. We've seen it all. But most of all, as a mother, as a grandmother who has been in politics, I just want to ask you young people, be courteous and have manners. Be angry. But even in your anger, we want you to be angry for change. But don't be angry with other people who are not the reason for the situation you are in. Yes. For us, we come here as overseers in the protocols set up by leaders generation after generation. And if you get to parliament, you may end up in PAP. One told me PAP is useless. SADC is useless. AU is useless. I'm saying, Mama, you are useless. No, I'm not useless. That one I know very well. So I'm just saying that it's not within the protocols of AU, but I've taken it upon myself to educate you young people who are coming into politics. Politics is about democracy. You will get angry, you get hypertension, you end up with diabetes, you end up with stroke, even before you are able to do the right thing. So I'm praying for you to get into the parliament of Namibia, and then you see how tough it is to change the law. Because you must convince everybody. This Electoral Commission you are talking about was set up by the Parliament of Namibia, and it has different colors. So let us be civil. Let us leave the anger elsewhere when we come, because we also come with something little. It may be little, but it's a contribution to the country, our country, Namibia, our people, Africans who have suffered for their independence. This is just one of the parts for us to reassert ourselves on the global scene. So thank you. I'll pray for you. Don't even ask for the microphone to talk. You don't talk after mother of twins has spoken.
you. Thank you. Can we have order in the House? Yes, ma'am.
As we heard from the eloquence of the previous speaker, we can never outdo a person who was in Parliament. I have a different aspect or perspective that I wanted to share from the comments of the previous speakers. I think the previous speakers didn't ask specific of us. They were making comments and they were registering some complaints, if I can put it that way. My perspective that was said was that there is some sort of misunderstanding about what is. Now, I know that English is not our first language, it's not our mother tongue, but observations means to look and to see. So we are here while we are looking and seeing at what Namibians are doing before the election, on election day, after election day. While we are looking at what we are doing, we are using benchmarks such as the SADC guidelines, such as the AU Charter, such as our own as electoral management bodies. We use also the principles of election management. Now, we are unique in that when we observe elections, we are a peer review group. It's like a group of doctors looking at whether or not they are administering medicine well. So what the ECF SADC does is, because we also administer elections, we look at our sister EMB and see whether or not in the administration of elections, there is something that has gone wrong. So we look, but we don't interfere. So we're not here to monitor. We are here to observe. When we observe, we note our observations, then we make recommendations. The purpose of these recommendations is to get our sister electoral management body to improve its operations. That is the purpose of the recommendation. The purpose is not to condemn. The purpose is not to put the ECN in the dustbin. The purpose is to assist them to improve. So if you listened carefully, we talked about lessons learned, we talked about areas of concern, and we made recommendations for improvement. Now, the improvements or the recommendations you'll see, they're not just aimed at the Electoral Commission of Namibia. The Electoral Commission of Namibia is not going to be able to single-handedly bring about those improvements itself. It will need the next government. You might be in Parliament, you might actually find yourself being an advocate for the Electoral Commission of Namibia to say, I heard certain recommendations being made, how can we assist? This is your electoral commission. It's the electoral commission of the Namibian people. If you want your electoral commission to improve it. We make recommendations. We are here. We will still come back, whether we have allowances or no allowances. We'll come back and continue to make recommendations because we want the conduct of elections in Namibia to improve. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add something on what I have been hearing. I am Binta Diop, and I'm coming from Senegal. Senegal, West Africa, very far, in the African Union Observation Mission. Just to say to you, many of us in this group of African women and men coming from different countries and where we have observed election. My first observation was in Liberia. Liberia. You know where is Liberia? My first elections observation was in Liberia in the 90s, after the war in Liberia. And since then, we have been in many countries trying to make sure that what our findings, and I'm sure that what we are saying here is not from her only or from her, is coming from all these women and men that compose this team and are observing and coming to report on what we have seen. And this is coming from all of us. I don't have seen my interest, you say, coming from Senegal to come and lie on anything in Namibia. I don't see it, because I have been also observing in many other countries as well. So you need also to believe on the people integrity who are here on this table and others that you have been seeing coming from other countries of Africa. So this is our findings, and we are coming to make sure, and we will come back, as you said, to make sure that certainly our recommendation we will follow up until we see the improvement that we are recommending. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. We actually went beyond time. It has been more than 20 minutes. So we are concluding with the Q&A session. We can engage bilaterally as well. Distinguished invited guests and Your Excellencies, we have reached the end of our program, and I extend our gratitude to our esteemed speakers, the heads of the electoral observation missions from the Southern African Development Community, the African Union, Electoral Mission Forum for Southern African countries, and the African Center for Good Governance election mission. Distinguished guests and all electoral stakeholders, we thank you for gracing the occasion and for your presence here. I also express my appreciation for the media and the esteemed guest for your valuable insights, remarks, and feedback. Our statements, as I indicated earlier, will be available on all the websites of the respective institutions. May I now extend an invitation to all esteemed delegates for refreshment, which will be served just outside of this venue when we have concluded this session. Your Excellencies, esteemed delegates and the diplomatic community, the ushers will also escort you to the venue that I just indicated, where we are going to be served with refreshment. High table, can I have your attention, please? Thank you, Your Excellencies. At this juncture, Your Excellencies are seated at the high table. You will be escorted out to the holding room, whereby you will be served with refreshments as well. May we stand, please, for the high table to depart. Thank you very much. Muito obrigado. Merci beaucoup. Asante sana. Tangi unene. Director Organ.
Where is the Namibian anthem? Where is the African? This is the only country in Africa which sings the African anthem. Now, no Namibian anthem, no African anthem. What will the young people now say?
Director Organ and Mr. Mafiri, please escort the high table to the holding room. Thank you so much. We have adjourned.